Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final day of the EPF 1 million guaranteed main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. This is a €299 buy-in with 13 players remaining now, and we will crown a champion before it's all said and done tonight. My name is Action Man Dan, your broadcaster and Irish pundit for this one. As Apocalypse asked, was that my new intro team? No. Rustling in my chair. Although the quality sounds good. So far, so good. I've mentioned it to the technician. We're going to see what we can do for y'all today. Greetings wherever you are tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. I actually think this is a bit of a wide defend here from Ethernaut with 13 left. It's not the worst. 6-3 offsuit going to be far worse than defending the 6-4 offsuit. I would prefer to be suited. If I'm not sounding spot on at any point, Apocalypse, let me know. We are planning something for the summer there. Going to install a new program and use something else to make sure it stops going buggy on the hour every hour. Doing all we can over here. Sun is splitting the stones here in Ireland. Hope you're all very well on this Tuesday afternoon bonus day of coverage. If you see Ethernaut check raising 8.75 million in the pot now, seems to me like it's time to shut down from the big blind perspective on the ace-7-7 jack-5 board. Felix only has 9.7 bigs behind. We did see this guy make an absurdly long tank with queens with half the stack invested last night. A lot of people griping and giving out about that one in the chat. Ethan off to the side to check. Felix is going to give up on top beat to take down the pot. Sorry, not give up, to check back. So, bit of a crazy play to get things started from the big blind's perspective there with his striking hoodie. Let's see who we've got at this table. Mikael Shu, of course, and Ander had a big entanglement and a tussle last hand of the night, where Ander played his two pair very tricky. Average stack is just under 40 bigs, 38 to be precise. We've got Mikael Shu, the tournament chip leader, or at least his chip leader at this feature. Ander 45 bigs, one to watch out for as well. Ethernaut 40, Robert with 23, Felix 18, Zdenek with 17, and Mr. Z with 11. Felix with a bit more than 18 bigs now after taking down that hand with the ace queen. ICM is at one of its heaviest right now as we approach the final table. Players need to be quite wary of that. Then it will take down lines and empties. It's very advantageous at this late stage. We are playing for a whopper €152,500 for the winner. I'll be back in just a moment. I really like that second barrel there by Mikhail Shu. Very hard to do anything there with the Queen 10. The second barrel just going to get rid of so many hands from the big blind defense. Expect to see Mikhail Shu steamroll as much as he can here. Definitely one of the most competent players remaining in the field with 13 remaining from the starting entry field size of 4,965. Defo one to watch. Andar talking away to him. Not sure what Andar's real name is, but like I said last night, I played with this guy in 2017, and he was a tricky little hobbit. He will tear you down, talk to you. Big believer on getting reads on his opponent. Told me this. Dude's going to take down every pot he possibly can, and it's up to $1 million in tournament live earnings. I'm not going to say it's another day in the office for him, but it's not his first rodeo. If you are new to this channel, wherever you are tuning in from, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. If you want to find out additional information about the resort itself, head over to the King's Resort website. It's going to be a very fun day. We've seen so much action yesterday, about a 13-hour stream. We got there in the end. I didn't get a heap of sleep, but enough to get up with a pep in me step. Apart from chipping my tooth, which was a bit of an inconvenience to start the day. The sun is splitting the stones as well, and I can't even open the window. I hope you're enjoying the sun wherever you are. If it's shining here in Ireland, it must be shining in many places across Europe. We are on all the social media platforms: Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, etc., etc. Pocket says he would be glad to know his hockey team I'm working with. I don't know what that even means. What do you mean you're working with a hockey team? They're now top of the league after a win last night. And are going for a 3-bet there. You see what I mean? Mixing things up with the Jack 5 suited from the cutoff. I'm not sure what Ace Jack has to do there against Andar. He's fairly handcuffed from an ICM perspective. If I know that my opponent has a propensity to be 3-betting very light there in that exact scenario, I think we take a stand with Ace Jack suited plus. Maybe the Ace Jack offsuit goes into the bin. Maybe Ace Jack offsuit's good enough to 4-bet rip. It absolutely sucks to bust in 13th. And that's going to be playing in the minds of all the players right now, especially the short stacks. Mr. Z shoves for 5.3 big blinds with 9-7 suited and Zdenek in the big blind. Be forced to let that one go. And that's a big pickup there for Mr. Z. Brings him back to almost 8 big blinds. As Apocalypse says, it started helping coaching a hockey team here a couple of weeks ago. We're top of the league. The Pee Wee hockey team. It was a good episode of South Park about Pee Wee hockey teams. That's very random And very interesting, Apocalypse. I wouldn't have thought they'd have too many hockey teams out in the Shetlands now, being honest with you. 13 players remaining, guaranteeing a minimum of €7,400. 7th for Felix. Crazy Daisy. This is going to quickly go check. Felix dropping bottom set. Eternaut with top pair. Quick shot, straight draw. No player with a spade in their hand. Felix going to bet now 750. Interesting if Felix chose to check back this flop. I think he's checking this one back because he would check back with a lot of his overpairs. I expected to see him bet this flop though. Start building the pot, flop, turn, and river. That gives Felix a full house. Going to be tough to get paid now. The 4 spades on board and the board pairing. Going to take that one down with a bet. The bucket says there's a full league here in the Shetland District team won the Scottish Championship for the second time in 3 years. Last month, beat Edinburgh 5-3 in the final. I wasn't involved in that though. We're just the gift that keeps on giving and giving, Apocalypse. Many, many different interests. Jones and Denick's turn to take down the blinds and antes with the ace-9 offsuit. not just going to raise on the button here with deuces. I actually don't particularly like raising a small pair here. Especially deuces, it's going to play so bad. So stop. But with the ICM pressure, we have one more elimination. Two tables of six now. Decide to go for it. Get the job done. Get the job done. These snap fans out there. Not with ace king of hearts. Facing shoes open. The three bet will take that one down. Fox says, you know the rules, jack of all trades, master of sod all. There's always an exception. Well, you are an author. And there is going to complete his option in the small blind against Phenom that is Mikael Shu. Who's going to check his option here with King Deuce of Hearts. And are going to go into check call mode. You want to get raised. Those turn trips on the 6, 5, 4, 5. Two subs on board now. Two hearts. Becoming a very straighty, pushy board. Two paired though. And Shu with the hearts and the good shot straight draw. Might see him fire again, or does he want to take a free one? Merits to doing both, in my opinion. Might want to just bet to get rid of some equity. He will go for a bet. If he's going for a bet, I want him to bet around 2 million. Goes for 2.2. I like the sizing. Wants to bet around 60 to 70% pot here. And there's going to call, of course. The river is 4 of clubs. Is now double paired board. And there's going to go blockers type sizing to make his hand look weak. Also, the 4 clubs and completes them straight. Well, the 4 was already out there, but completes them flushes. Doesn't really matter too much on a double pair board. Trying to induce a bluff from Shoe here. Don't see it working. Shoe lets it go. Don't fight with a fly. You shoo it away. I'll get my coat. So they're looking on the leaderboard. Shoe with 71 pigs, and Arrow 56, Supernox 32. Phoenix 25, Zdenek with 19, and Robert with 18 percent. The table's a 6, 3 eliminations away from the final table. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the European Poker Festival, 1 million guaranteed, live from the King's Resort in Roswell. This is the final day. Two raises, takes that one down. Going for a nice size and just over 3x from the small blind. Putting the pressure on Zdenek, who had it on this occasion. Mikael did win the World Series of Poker Europe Colossus in September for 173k. I believe I was commentating on that one. Pretty sure I was anyway, me, myself and Alan. So the average stack almost 42 big blinds. Felix picking up kings here, min raising round to Andar. Andar gonna piece out a 3-bet here. Wants to make it somewhere around 3x, like 2.8 million. Goes for 2.7. He's gonna get the bad news. I reckon we just see Felix 4-bet rip off this stack depth. Sometimes there might be room to 4-bet fold. You would have to make it like 4.2 million here. You do see this kind of thing happen on GG a lot, especially at the higher stakes. However, the dynamic isn't really set up that way. I do predict we will just see him rip. Does just 4-bet rip. Randar is going to give this careful consideration, save some face before folding. Not going to be calling 25 bigs with just ace-jack offsuit here. He's going to take a pause for the cause. Make it look like he's got a bigger decision than he does. Seen him do this many times before. There is a pay jump between 12th and 11th. From €7,400 to €9,400, there's a 2,000 pay jump between 12th and 11th, and that's why you're also going to see him pausing for a few moments. there you have it, smiling and laughing. Knows he's not calling. So as I predicted, we did see him fold the ace-jack. 12 players still remain. So we see the big blind defending with the king queen offsuit. Eternaut with king jack, 10, ace, deuce, 7 is the board. Felix checking the turn, almost 4 million in the pot. And Ethernet is going to load up and he wants to bet around half pot, goes for 2 million. I might get a little bit sticky here for 2 million with the queen of clubs. It's not ideal. Could also go for a raise. If we're raising, let's to make it somewhere around 5 to 5.5 million. Something that sets up a sexy river jam. River jam of about 10 mil. Goes for a raise of 4.5 million. That's excellent poker there from Felix. Would have liked to see what would have happened there had a blank come on the river, say our opponent had an ace. and are taking that one down with pocket fives. Felix's turn to raise. Raises 2 million with the ace-7 offsuit. Good afternoon, Stratus. Nice to have you with us. Hope your leg has healed up well. Zdenek in the big blind. Yes, there is a lot of ICM considerations right now, but I might be more inclined to re-jam the ace-9 offsuit here than call. But he does decide to call. The reason being is Felix can be opening a wide enough range to make this quite a profitable jam. When we call from the big blind, we're going to have a lot of pressure put on us post-flop. We're also going to miss the board a lot of the time. It's going to be hard for us to realize all our equity. So re-jamming becomes a better option, in my opinion. It's also totally fine to flat. Shoe raises to 1.1 million from the cutoff with Jack 3 suited. Ethernaut picking up the ladies from the small blind, 20 bigs. Sometimes you might see a 3-bet to induce here. Make it something like 3.3 million, maybe 3.5. But with 20 bigs against Shoe, I would be more inclined to just rip. Especially now we've had another elimination. The pay jump has been reached. 7,400 is the current payout, and we are just 2 eliminations away from the final table. So he does, yeah, just basically sets himself in. Shoe can be opening so wide in this exact scenario. Double Down says, hello, poker nerd, chilling in the hot tub. And you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, 10 players remaining now. That means we are on the final table bubble. Current payout is €9,400, with a difference from €9,400 to €11,659 on the next elimination. Felix taking that one down with the ace jack. I do believe I missed your message there, Stratus. You know I'm joking, and also we can keep it between us and Dan if he wants to look at. I didn't see it, so I do know your humor by now. Though Mikael Shu is going to bet 500k on the Jack 7-4. We are on the final table bubble. Zdenek with the Queen 7 flopping best here. 10 big blinds behind. $1.2 million is the bet now from Shu, which sets up a river jam pretty nicely. Does Zdenek want to call again or try to protect his hand? I think we just call again and hope for the best and prepare for the worst. A guy like Shu is not going to go quietly into the night. He's going to barrel a lot on the river. We call now. Another time we might have to put on our cape. It is small blind against big blind. We do have to defend. Standard enough stuff so far, but you can call it standard all you want. When the lights, camera, and action are on you, you've been playing for several days on end. 9 can play a lot of tricks. Now, the river comes at 10, and I predict we will see Shu jam this river. That's the 8 blocker for the straight. He can get his opponent to fold a 7, a 4, maybe some form of a 5 that he backed into. No, Shu's going to try win a showdown. I guess it's not a great river because it connects a lot with the flop and the jack and the 7. I just thought because he barreled the turn, we would see him fire the river. He's not going to get a jack to fold. And a lot of jack X will now have 2 pair on the river. So I guess that's what he's thinking. I was just thinking that we have some blockers ourselves. Stu is a far more accomplished player than I am. And certainly knows what he's doing. Yeah, Rusty was a bit shocked to see that he gave up as well. Stu, not one for giving up, of course. Just flop the joint here. And we've got action. We're eating off flop in the world as well. Seatbelts and airbags for this one. He's not going to think he's set for a double up here the majority of the time. What is this flop? Is right. Felix will flop here as well. Let's not forget about that. But the action is going to take place. It's going to drive Felix out of this pot. Ethernet just deciding what sizing he can make this without moving all in. I think I just move all in because it looks so suspect to raise here. Are you really going to be raising without the nuts? Like, you're going to jam a lot of your 2-pair here. So are we going to have any bluffs that raise, basically, off 8.8 million behind? I don't think so. Calling, obviously, an option. But on this board, you want to get those 2 pairs to call you right here, right now. Looks like he is going to raise. He's basically just putting himself in. And now it's Shu's turn to go to Hollywood. I don't think he'll do it for too long. And they will chop it up. I don't think there's a problem with just calling, by the way. It's just you want the 2 pairs, hands like King, Queen, and King, Jack, etc., to call you on the flop right here, right now. Felix taking that one down with the ace-3 of spades. I don't really know what he bluff raises with there, by the way, on the King, Jack, 10 or King, Jack, Queen. It's just not a board we're going to be bluffing on too often. I don't know what Ethernaut is saying there. Something about 1 minute. He looks vexed. A bit peed off about something. Relax, brah. You're playing for €152,000. Top 6 going to get a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event also. You've heard the man. Blinds are up. Small blind is now 300k. Big blind is now 600k. With a 600k running big blind ante, that's 300, 600, 600. Average stack, almost 42 big blinds. You're not taking that one down with the ace king. The 8-6 suited is a decent raise if you've got shoes stack for sure. Yeah. And you're talking about players raising under the gun. You do realise we are five-handed on both tables, so under the gun is now late position. It's the low jack. Sorry, we've got the high jack to cut off the button, the small and the big. So there is no under the gun, technically, is late position. Do you know what I am saying? If they're not, is gonna just call with the Deweys. Ace 9-5, and this is a very easy 900k, 800k bet from Robert. We'll take this one down. Eight spin raising for Felix. Robert defending with the Queen 8 of diamonds. Flop is Jack 7-6. Robert bets 1.1 million. Picking up additional equity here on the turn, the form of a flush draw. And now the eights faced with two overcards, checking back the flop. I think we need to call one street, although going to be playing very cautiously as we hit the river. Decides against it. Checking back the flop here is fine, but with eights, we block straight draws and stuff like that that would continue. I would be more inclined to just bet. We will get called by a 6 or a 7. If he has a jack, then so be it. We can easily just check back the turn. I think it's better to deny equity by just betting with our eights on the flop. And if we're Robert, we're just happy to check this one down. Shoot. Getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar, raising the flop, checking the turn. Range advantage to the button. I didn't expect to see him raise on the flop, but he does unblock some diamonds. Rusty says he couldn't resist bluffing that river. It's easier said than done when those bright lights are in your face. Every decision you make magnified. I wouldn't be questioning too many of Shu's moves. That 10 of spades then hitting the river, pairing the board. Shu shoving on Zdenek. Felix been raising. Zdenek re-jamming for his last 12 big blinds. Felix might call somewhere in the region of 7, 8, maybe even 9 bigs, but 12 just going to be too many, one would think. In an ICM scenario, 2 grand pay jump between 10th and 9th. Zdenek going to be re-jamming. A lot of hands that have us dominated here with the Queen 10. Zdenek will take that one down with the re-jam. 1.4 million is the raise from Stu. Robert's just going to call in the big with ace queen off suit. Flop is 9-3 deuce. Advantage Stu. Nice turn card for Robert, catching up, giving him top pair, top kicker. And now, surely time to go for some value on the river. Wants to bet somewhere around 2.5 million. Go for 2.3. And for Stu, he blocks the straight significantly with the 2 6s in his hand. Can't beat a 9. Can't beat a queen. Can beat some diamonds. And that's why you're going to see him call for that sizing. Stu forced to pay the man. Calls pretty quickly there as well. Stu had 40 million at the very end of last night. He's now down to 26. With a few flat earthers in the chat, it seems, talking about their holiday destinations. I'd love to go see Texas sometime. Austin, Texas. I heard you got some nice ladies in Nashville, Tennessee as well. The only thing that's flat is the brains of those people. Very good. Robert ripping over the top. Option on Shoe with pocket fours. He's completing his option with 9-7 suited. Shoe decides to check his option. Felix taking that one away from Shoe with the 9 high on the Queen, Ace, 3, 10 board. Zidanic defending with the King 10. Robert with King 9 of spades. 7-6-6 is the flop. Robert going to bet small. 700k. And the King 10 is just going to have to go in the muck because if we call, we're just going to get barreled off our hand a lot of the time. Not too many backdoors working for us. Robert gaining traction, taking down a lot of these smaller pots, and is now playing the guts of 50 big blinds. Queens for Felix, min raising. $1.4 million is the bet from Felix. Ethernet lets his king 4 diamonds go on the jack 10-5. Zdenek just wants to shove 12 bigs here with his ace queen. How much else to say about that? King 10 off, going into the muck. And the 7-4. Nice pick up there for Zdenek, uncontested. Oi, oi, g'day, guys. Yap a snap all the way from down under. What's up, buddy? Nice to have you with us on this, our final day of the €299 buy in the EPF. We are on the final table bubble. Still so many big blinds and chips in play. Jappa Snap says, lovely to hear your voice again, Dan. I really just want to call you the C word, but can't use the C word around here. It's a family show, even though it's poker related. Robert's going to min raise on the button. Yeah, the C word is clown. C word of the day. Clown. Not a see you next Tuesday. Shu's going to raise the 2.4 million here with his top pair. Robert just with ace high. Forced to release. Yeah, but Snap saying, mate, do you know how many times I write it and it asks me, do you want to send this message? Yes. Yes, I am sure I want to send this message. You know what? You know why? Okay, I'm hearing clapping going on. Eric clapping going on the outer table here. That must mean this is the last hand before the final table. Everybody's getting up out of their seats. Shoot in the small blind with Queen 5. He's just going to rip Insky into Zdenek, and Zdenek not going to be calling with the 5-3. I'm off to make some steak and eggs. We're going to be back with inside of 20 minutes for a very action-packed final table where the winner is going to be crowned champion of the European Poker Festival to the tune of over €151,000. You don't want to miss this one. Things are just heating up. It's going to be a long, long day of poker. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Thank you, Meekin. So there you heard it, Brent. Dario says the Americans are much better at poker.
I sort of think he meant that
Said better.
the opposite way, saying it's better for him.
Oh.
Suggesting
No,
that the
I think-
Americans absolutely suck. Just,
Yeah, that's
you know,
definitely what he was saying.
Yeah.
He was certainly saying it was worth the trip to Las Vegas.
Should be the one. I don't have my phone. I'm going for my phone. That's not in my pocket.
I'll tell you what, it's worth a trip to any single card room in America. Jump in those cash games.
Yeah,
It is,
just get in there, go make money.
the evolution of poker, not quite as rapid as it has been across the pond.
All right, round two.
These two will go at it again. Rincon the best of it so far, still, as it comes King Jack 10. Mufasa not done with the Jack-9.
Well, he's at least acquired some more outs, but in terrible shape.
And now facing an 18K bet on the turn. Making the call river ace, aces and kings. For Rincon, will a bluff opportunity become available?
This is
Mufasa.
not the best card you want to see when you've got ace king on this board. Does slow it down, and will Mufasa turn this Jack-9 into a bluff? To your point, Jeff, it seems like that would be optimal. Can't imagine the Jack is ever good at showdown. He's going to blast.
Okay. 65,000.
Too late to bet 5K. I should have done it. I check like this. What can you have? So difficult, isn't it? Queen. What do you do?
Rincon talking it through.
Can certainly land on a variety of bluffs that could be present, but looks like he's just going to get
Let's
off
it go.
of it. Oh, my.
Maybe some turns that might kill your action. You are against a 20 big blind stack, so it's important that when he has the overpairs, you get as much money in as possible now.
Nariman Yagmai, who I've actually had an opportunity to observe on a few occasions, a frequenter of the Merit Poker Complex in northern Cyprus, has some results on his resume from that room, which of course was graced with the EPT not long ago, really putting them on the map. But of course, the crown jewel each and every year is the World Series of Poker Europe main event when it comes to this part of the blue marble. Meanwhile, tens are going to run into queens here as Niste made it 5. Shilko a button 3-bet to 15,000, and that button is going to help kind of range him away from something as dominant as this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit more polarizing. You know, he does have the option to play call aware with only 2 people behind. This is a spot where Niste is just going to die. 2 tens versus a button 3-bet in late position formation.
Yeah, not deep enough. He decides to really try to take this one post-flop, and his all-in declaration was always going to be met by a call for Shilko, who is in wonderful shape here, 86%.
Good luck.
180K pot. Might day 2 be coming to an early close for Mihai Nista. Looking that way on a king 9-7 board, although some running straight possibilities.
What do we got there?
Board pairing 9, a whole lot of interesting card protecting trinkets there, but I don't know how much protection they were able to provide, as these 10s are really threatened at this point. A 2-outer that doesn't come in.
Good luck, guys. Enjoy. Thank you.
And that's a pretty sporting way to sign off from Mihai Nista. Cash game streets, content creators, the likes of Yo Viral,
Yeah.
Johan Guibert.
Yo for a long time was kind of the face of French poker, I would say. It's changed a lot in the last handful of years. The French have really surged in creating a small group of talented pros that are kind of taking the tournaments by storm.
Benjamin Pollock is a legend of the World Series of Poker Streets. He plays under the banner. Antoine Saoud, David Benjamin from the old school side of the spectrum,
Yeah.
Julian Martini, Thomas Santern. Can't overlook Bertrand Gros-Pellier, Elke. He made his mark. Meanwhile, Yagmai could be making a mark here with ace-jack against this cutoff open from Ranilani.
Yeah, I think this one's just good enough. He's not really going to have a choice but to stick it in.
That's exactly what he does. Uh-oh.
Unlucky.
First occasion on which Ukraine's Dmytro Stetsura is going to get involved, and it's going to be absolute top of range, which influences that involvement. Horrendous for Yagmai. Now, even a cold call, which is the very least we can do with these aces if we're Stetsura,
Yeah.
screams strength.
Yeah.
You know, trying to lure Ilani into
There's just
something.
like, yeah, you're kind of just handcuffed, you know.
Yeah.
Aces are a cheat code. If ever you're going to have a cold call range, you can work them in there.
Yeah. Yagmai understandably on his feet here as his light begins to flicker.
So many creative ways to...
Yeah, the stand-up D-Mike, grab your
Yeah.
backpack. Yeah, we've seen it all.
he's going to need a miracle here.
And that isn't it, as he lacks a spade and he lacks chips.
Those multi-way dynamics change things a bit, I think.
Can I ask you something? You ever been in that spot where maybe you did have that thought, but then as you observed the brewing reaction from your opponent to that prospect, you pulled up lane?
Yeah, probably in my younger days when I didn't have much else to go off of other than my ability to read the room and, you know, try to guess correctly. Now I think I would just fight the urge, even if my instincts told me something was awry.
Yeah, and we're going to have a fight on our hands here as yet again Cowboys have mounted up, this time for the surging Stetsura. And Sposato with ace-king of diamonds. We know what direction he's headed.
Fourth or fifth time Stetsato's had kings. Wow.
Who the hell is Stetsado?
What did I say?
Stetsado? I'm like, is that the love child of...
Yes, exactly. That's
Dmytro.
precisely what happened is Sposato and Stetsura.
Well, by the way, something else has happened as we're giggling through the surnames. Pocket Queens is a not funny development for a rather deep-stacked Ilani.
This is hell. And honestly, as good as he's been and as aggressive as he's been able to pick up chips, there may be an argument here for just like getting out of harm's way, but you know, it's still queens. And I imagine we're going to 4-bet here. It's just a matter of how much.
These two trains are heading towards one another on the same track.
I think ultimately it just comes down to not a matter of who gets stacked, but like who gets out of the way. Is it the ace-king suited that ends up folding? Is it the queens that ends up folding? Not sure.
Yeah, this isn't going to be a 3-train collision.
I don't
I
think
would
so.
think.
Yeah, I don't think so. But
So, 2 bets became 3. 3 became 4, and the man who started things isn't done with them. 5 bets to 75,000.
if they are reading it all into body language and things of that nature, we might not see a flop.
How so?
The degree at which that 75K went in for a 5-bet with no thought whatsoever kind of indicates to me we might be against the blade here.
Well, listen, Sposato's knife's fairly sharp under normal circumstances, but a very dulling effect brought on by the 4 and 5 bet behind his 3 bet. I wouldn't want to be that drawstring right about now.
Yeah, I don't think I would feel very comfortable playing 6-bet all in here with anything but aces.
There's not a whole lot of times where ace king suited in particular flirts with a muck pre-flop, but this would strike me as one of those times.
I think so. I think so. Again, the speed at which Stetsuria put in the 5-bet with what didn't really appear to be much thought. It's a great laydown.
Fantastic decision there.
And honestly, again, I wouldn't be shocked if we just don't even see a flop. Small re-raise, though.
I mean, just another 37.5 to see what's what. I
Yeah.
don't want to make light of it, and obviously you play 124 effective from here, sub 1 SPR, so things could get expensive independent of board textures that would maybe leave us worried. And is the decision more for all than for some as it stands?
There it
Yes,
is.
it is.
Great
My
laydown.
goodness. Bravo, Ron Ilani.
And he shows it. He shows the kings.
And
Lets him
Sposato
right off
before
the
him.
hook.
And by the way, it's not as though we can critique Stetsuria's choice to 5-bet here.
No, no, no. Of course not. Of course not.
I look, there's TV table. 30 minutes.
Alani's living right. 2 kings again. This time he's just going to be opening the action.
Nothing brewing.
Hello.
Check
Goodbye.
that.
Goodbye.
Yeah, it sure feels like that, unless, of course, improvements can be found for Thomas Achan. His full clip emptied. Granted, low caliber ammunition. Sitting 37K deep coming in. Sposato's Jack 10 folding. I thought I heard call, even though I saw the cards go.
I think it was Alani.
I see.
4, 5, 6, 7.
So we saw the fold and heard the call all at the same time, but it
Right.
wasn't passing Sposato's lips, rather predictably Ilani's, as
We'll
ace
sweat
king
with you a
and
little
2
bit.
kings collide.
But it's not a sweat, I don't know.
And the ace high board, along with the spade, is an all
That's more
Achan
easy to
affair. Tremendous resilience.
nearly flopped him dead.
King.
Just got to fade a single king of hearts.
Oh my God.
I jinxed myself.
An absolute stone one outer, Matt.
Wow.
It's nice for TV, come on.
It's nice for us, I have to tell you.
I got to tell you, man, bravo,
I saw you
Thomas Achan, for taking it on the chin like that.
You have to take 3 more
Thank you,
minutes
Mika.
for every chip you put out.
She's staying busy out there on the sidelines throughout the course of the day.
No, please don't.
Kamoshi staying busy with King Jack suited. Under the gun open.
He wait till the maximum time.
Without
process.
It's okay.
Action on Ahai. Here we go. He's finally realized it. Now he pulls the King 10. And another King Jack. In the big blind. Will defend for Lee. Couple of open-enders. On this queen high board. Plenty of reason for Kamoshi to follow through, although he is looking over at that 73,000 and
7.
taking that into consideration as he charts his course. 7,000. 1/3 pot. Never finding the muck is Lee. The peel brings a board pairing queen on the turn.
This is a difficult spot for... Yeah, this is a difficult spot for Kamoshi because you don't really want to bet and get jammed on. Lee will have some traps. He'll play Jack-9 this way some of the time. He'll play Queen X this way. Some of the time he doesn't have to just be check raising all of his good hands on the flop. It's also kind of difficult to know what you apply pressure to. I guess an 8 particularly would struggle versus like half pot-ish. He's just gonna... And if you're Lee, like, you can't really call this bet.
Well, obviously the arrival of the diamond flush draw
You folded a queen?
helped
Nice fold, nice fold, nice fold. Well played.
Kamoshi to barrel again as he
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. What have I come back to? First hand after the break, and our first hand of the final table with the aces. Felix deciding to just flat on the button with kings. I expected to see him go broke 3. My steak and eggs will have to wait in front of me here because this could produce fireworks in the form of a massive bust for Felix and a big double for Andar. And one big. Oh, well, that's just a get out of jail free card for Felix. The Puck Kings now might lose the absolute minimum. Audio let's score that with 107 big coming in as a chip leader here. Big more than Sebastian. Soon, third with 48, Robert with 45, and there with 36. Although he's going to have one out. That's incredible that Felix loses a small amount. Christopher Campesano, very, very good player. The 24 big finds himself in the final table also. Eugenic and Eternaut through here for Jack. I'll be back in just a moment, trying to devour this steak and egg before it's all too late. Those eggs runny. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in just a moment. So we do see our first all-in and call at the final table. Sebastian with Jack 10 of hearts. Trying to put a hurting on the ace king of diamonds, and it's Jack 9. Turn is the 7 of diamonds, never easy. 6 outs now for Eternaut. He is up out of his chair, putting on his bum bag. Feels like it's all over. We're about to find out. It is the Queen. We have our first elimination at the final table, and it's Eternaut out in ninth place, taking home a five-figure payday, €11,659. That means 8 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €14,400. That's been getting a little bit richer. I was just about to say that if Chris is going to use this as a 3-bet, wants to make it somewhere in the region of 3.5 to 4 million. He's gone for 2.9. Christopher Camposano, before this final table, will have a total live earnings of $342,000. Uplifts has changed the clickbait to 163,000 for first. It is the final table of €299 European Poker Festival. No Limit Hold'em main event live from the King's Resort in Rozadov. Average stack is over 50 bigs, 75-minute clock, couple of 100 big blind stacks, and it is all to play for. €14,400 is the current payout. Top 6 going to get a 10K ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe. Who doesn't want to get crowned champion of Europe? In the middle of May 2025. Very good players left in the field, of course, as you would expect. The cream rising to the top. Just going to Hen and Mob, a few others here on the side I'm unfamiliar with until now. $15K for Claudio Gachula. Rededic finding the hand he wants to rip in the cutoff here. 15 big blinds total with the pocket 8. Robert has a very big hand in the King Queen. Besides the call, that's a pretty big call. I don't know what ICM would say there. Thinking suited. Great hand to call, but of course, I don't know if we're supposed to be a little bit tighter than this again. Maybe some of you ICM wizards can let me know in the chat. Detenic does flop a set. He's been very patient today. A lot of those smaller pots not going his way. He now finds himself fist bump in the air. Now playing 18.8 million, over 30 big blinds. Sit back down, big boy. This one far from over for you. And that's going to be quite the hit. Nearly 9 million. Robert sending in the other direction. Sebastian having a total live earnings of 449,000. And are definitely an accomplished player as well. Don't know what his real name is for his hand and mob. Mikel Shu, 800K plus. Zdenek with a total live earnings of 96,000. Felix definitely playing very well throughout the last few days. Will take down the blinds and antes with a king queen off suit. Felix winning 50k in a Benelux Classics at Kings 2023. For €50,104. It is ridiculous, by the way. 163,000 for a €299 buy-in. Where else but Kings? I just switched over there to YouTube for just a moment. I would like to thank Pavel Polak saying it's Marek Blasco is Andar's real name, who has live earnings of nearly 2 million, 1.8 million on his Hendon Mob. Thank you so much, Pavel. I actually did know that from somewhere in the past. Much appreciated for that one. Didier B has joined the party. I am not a real fish. You are a tuna fish, though. Tuna! I hear Wealthy Fish Didier B is taking over from me for the day. Is that correct? Great experience for you. Mr. Campesano with the Ace King of Diamonds. Yes, of course you are playing Scoop, like every poker pro out there should be. You're still a fish. A wealthy fish, but a fish nonetheless. So the Ace King of Diamonds taking it down. He's now playing 26 bigs. Rallying nicely. The opening proceedings of this final table. One elimination so far. Claudio gonna raise. Expect to see him be raising very wide, especially with all those chips, even if he is from early position. I'm not a real fish, says you playing Scoop, Dan. Do I look like I'm playing Scoop, buddy? Didier says, I just want to hear you say it. I want to feel your pain. Do I not let you feel me pain? Every week, really. I'll have the last laugh. Ha 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 ha. We do have Poland, Greece, Czech Republic, Italy, Slovakia, the Netherlands, and Germany all being represented under one roof. Kings for Zdenek. Claudio min raising. Zdenek wants to make it about 3.3 million here. Makes it 3.6. The full 3x is fine against Claudio. He's just got so much chips. See a lot of teasers online these days sizing down with their 3-bet live. Whoa! Claudio 4-bet ripping without giving it much consideration at all. And this seems like a stutter step from Claudio. For sure. Very quick fold from the ace queen, of course, being open and a 3-bet, but it is Jack 9 on the flop. Zdenek has just got one double up. It's set to get another one. Goes but no cigar. It needs to be a 5 on the river, or Zdenek will have 36 million in chips. Oh my God, it's a 5! Oh, Jesus Christ Almighty! Boom goes the dynamite. That is painful. Claudio. We have a second elimination. Zdenek doubled up. Gets it in. 4-1 favourite. But always a surprise around the corner at Kings. The Kings getting cracked by the pocket 5s with Claudio. 4-bet ripping within a few seconds of that 3-bet. That is disgusting. Did he ask, would I call his all in with 10-10? I probably wouldn't 3-bet 10s there if that's what you're on about. We are on the ticket bubble now. 14-4 for Zdenek. 20,000 euro is the current payout. 2 eliminations already at this final table. Average stack is now 35 million. And it is all to play for. Shoot. Just going to call with his ace king. Flopping best on the king 10-4-2 heart flop. He went all in that fast, Didier, that I would probably fold kings. It seems so strong from the 5s. You had me convinced and I could see the cards. Didier thinks when he's that fast he would be weak. It usually is jacks or ace king when they do it that fast. Sometimes ace queen. Yes, let's talk all things tells today, Didier. You've got a wealth of knowledge in this department. Time to pick your brain. I've seen players do that with really strong hands when they do it that fast. Doesn't usually indicate a bluff. Usually when they have a bluff, they're going to think for longer than 10 seconds. However, if the player has already made up their mind what they're doing, they're just going to do it anyway. Check from Sebastian. Shu wants to make it about 4 million here. Goes for a lot smaller, 2.4. Yeah, ace king and ace queen will go really fast. He surely to God doesn't do it that fast with aces, kings, or queens. Going to think about it for a minute. Jacks usually decided that they don't want to see a flop, so they're just going to 4-bet rip. Is my understanding of it over the years watching stuff like this. Did have more than 100 big blinds. He kind of do what he wants. He is the big dog in the yard. Even bigger dog in the yard now after cracking the kings. Forced to be reckoned with. Claudio. 84 million. How are you keeping? That looks like a 3-bet to 4.5 million. 5.5 million. Remember, there's a 10k ticket at stake here as well. Robert's just going to 4-bet rip. 15.4 million total. 10 more million to Claudio. Just expected Claudio to maybe call from the small, or suppose fold might be a bit extreme considering we have that much chips. Robert's just not going to be opening that wide into Claudio, having just witnessed what happened with the fives. So therefore, Claudio shouldn't be 3-betting too wide against Robert in that exact scenario from the cutoff. Robert just having 19 bigs to start the hand. Claudio lets it go. Robert takes that one down with the aces. Aces moved all in pretty quickly there, by the way. Didn't think about it for long at all. Claudio staying active as he should. 10-6 of diamonds. Claudio taking down another one. He wasn't short, did he, AB? He had 23 bigs. He just shoved within 30 seconds, I reckon. I don't think you would say it was insta. Like, you could go back and view it. It was a very quick all-in as a 4-bet rip. It is squeaky bum time and underpants stuff with 7 remaining. Don't want to battle through a field like this, 4,960, and come up short for that ticket. You're going to see a lot of pauses for the causes with 610k tickets on the line. Robert, who had some support for him earlier on in the chat. Don't know much about Robert, by the way. I'm going to try hand and mob him. Perhaps you know something about this guy, Didier. Is that the guy who dodged bullets, literally, with his kings? Expected to see all the money go in pre with the kings. Blaugers. I don't know how good a pronunciation that is. Yeah. So he only has 18,966 total live earnings, so he's already surpassed that, making this final table. Four clubs out there. Not a great card for Robert at all. Snap says he looks like a pizza feet kind of guy. Go away, you bleeding stingray. So look at this. The two Polish guys have over half the chips in play between them. And then it's Shu and Robert, Christopher, and Felix fighting it out. Not many blinds separating the five of them there. 19 to 33. 14 bigs separate five players. That's how we're looking. You could block bet there, but with the ace popping off, it's not great. You're going to get picked off by an ace if you go for a small sizing in that scenario, whether your opponent has a club or not. So your block bet just kind of looks like a check. But yeah, I agree, Didier. You got to keep the regs guessing. I don't know about always check folding, but you're getting called by an ace. You're getting called by a club. So if you want to make your opponent guess, you're going to have to go for a large size and not a small one. And occasionally we will have showdown there, although not much. The ace queen shoving that one in. Yep, a snap says, now Jack hit kangaroo this morning. Bloody thing round my front end on my truck. Big see you next Tuesday he was. Kangaroo Jack, yeah, that was a good movie. And there makes it 1.7 to go. Pocket sevens in the hijack. Just stay away from the stingrays, mate. There's plenty of sharks in the water, mate. Sharks in the water. Plenty of sharks at this table, yeah. It's the right colour felt for it as well. That light to dark blue, more so dark. It's gone past baby blue anyway, mate. Sebastian checking. Presume Andar's just going to check this one back on the Queen 9, Queen 10, Ace board. Yes, he does. Will win. Andar's real name is Marek Blasco. I don't know if I'm supposed to be talking about people's real names when they're using nicknames, so maybe I should just keep my mouth shut. Oops, too late. Claudio's got a monster here on the button. Seven-handed. Chris opening. Quick, someone call the cops. The poker police. Wee wee. Uh-oh, shit the bed. Sebastian waking up with two ladies in the small blind. Claudio 3-betting to 4.3. Now Sebastian wants to make this a sizing where he is committing himself to Christopher. $10 million seems fine to me here. You make it 12 or 13 either. Somewhere in the region of 3x, 13 million. There you go, 12.7. Action back on Claudio. These two players do not want to tangle or tussle with each other in any shape or form. They just have too much of the chips in play. Sebastian is the superior player. Claudio only has less than 50k on his hand and mob. Yes, I had it slightly wrong there yesterday. I thought we were playing 75-minute levels, but it appears that we were playing 70 minutes. Nice, long, fat, juicy levels. And that's not ideal for Claudio with an overpair to the board on the 954. This flop instantly going check, check, turn. Sebastian checking again. Looking for a nibble. And he's going to get one to the tune of about 8.5 million. 7.5 million. I didn't expect to see Sebastian check this flop, by the way. Must be afraid of kings and aces in Sebastian's range. Or in Claudio's range. Claudio might have checked a second time on the turn here, but wants to deny equity from hands like ace-king, ace-queen, maybe even ace-jack suited. Ace-jack offsuit. Even a hand like king-jack, although we're starting to reach at that point. Sebastian wins a sizable pot there from Claudio. Takes the chip lead away from Claudio. These two playing 140 million chips between the two of them. Big pot poker. Yes, I just have about 100,000 euro on my hand. Far more on my stars. I never really got going properly as a live poker pro. Always online. Still eludes me to go on tour for the guts of a year. Currently still hampered by commentating every week. Ace King will call 1 street anyway, I'd reckon. He is just making the pot bigger when he hits, and he is taking away the bluffs. I think when our opponent checks to us on the flop in the 4-bet pot, we want to bet small with the 10s. If we get check raised, we can easily fold. If we bet the flop, it's very easy for us to check the turn. It defines our hand a little bit more. Hopefully I'll get on the tour next year. I don't want to talk about things, I just want to do them. And if I am, I'll be going to Kings. Italy, top of my list as well, and we'll have to give Belgium an honourable mention. Go knock knock on the doors. Belgium, France, Italy, that kind of direction. Is on my radar at some point. Would like to get a go at some of these 1Ks at Kings for sure. Some of the best in Europe. And our rivering the 9. You already had the best hand. Time to go for some value. Robert declines. This hand escalating quickly. Felix just going to rip 10 mil. On the 5-4 deuce. And I think Shu has to call this. He's going to hate it. But he has Felix covered. He's got top pair. He's got top kicker. It's just the amount he has to call. See, Felix isn't going to have hands like 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s here. He will have some diamond draws. He shouldn't have deuces. He shouldn't have 4s. We block ace 3. It's going to be diamonds. Up against 2 overcards and diamonds, it is going to be about 50-50. It is a huge jam from the big blind here. I wouldn't be shocked to see Shu fold, but I think when you break it down, we do have top pair, top kicker. And if we're up against a 5 with a worse kicker, there you go. He makes the call. This is a huge pot. Shu way out in the lead. Even more out in the lead now. The river is a 3. We lose Felix. I was about to say the river is a shoe. I don't think the river is a shoe. You don't fight with a fly, you shoo it away. And he's shooed Felix away. Michael Shu getting some traction, gaining momentum. 6 players remaining now. And all players can breathe a sigh of relief because they have successfully allocated themselves the 10K ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. 6 remain now. Nice score for Felix, taking home €20,000, by the way. All remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €26,200. Sebastian Min raising. Ace 3 of diamonds. So now it's a whole different ball game. Big boy pay jumps. €26,200 to 33,000 on the next elimination. And then 41.5, 58.5, 83.5 for second place. And €152,500 for the winner. That's how we looking, y'all. Nice board for Chris here. 3-3 Jack 7. Just the deuces for Sebastian. And Chris going to go for external value here on the river to the tune of 2.9 million on the 3-3 Jack 7-5 board. Sebastian can beat some straight draws. He can beat some flush draws. Wheels are turning for Sebastian. Doesn't know how many hands he can beat. Oftentimes we find ourselves putting the cape on here with the deuces, and we're just going to be behind. Getting great odds, obviously. Getting 3-1 on his money. Makes a good fold there. A lot of players with that much chips would just call. Alex Bosbas, who was with us until the dying hours of last night. Welcome back. And hello to Laurie as well. Hi! Welcome back, folks. 8-8 King 4. Shoot. With the best of it. Actually, no longer having the best of it. Double pair board. Shoot, lets it go. Sebastian playing 90 million on the nose now. 113 big blinds. That's how they're looking. Claudio in second place with 71 bigs. Didier wants to know what happened to Chiquita Banana. I think he got a pretty bad beat from what I can recall from yesterday. Or did he get it in a huge flip and couldn't hit? He did a load of outs. It was one or the other. Shoot with the best of it here on the King. 9-9-10. Jacks for Robert. She'll be happy to take down that pot. Playing 42.2 million now. 53 big blinds. Alex is supporting Robert till the end. Very nice. Love to see people get loads of support. Did he ask in the previous hand, did he peel the river the wrong way? Would have been a fun river if the river was a jack, all right. Shoe calls the 1 million. And are trying to steal this one away from Shoe, considering this board is going to smack his perceived big blind defending range more so than the opening range from the button. And Andar is going to bet tiny here on the turn. I feel like if he had some of this board, he would go for a larger sizing. River is a deuce, and Andar now has the best hand. Obviously doesn't think that the deuce is good. The way this is played out now, class, I wouldn't say no to a raise from Shoe. Blocking the straight. Because our ace high is no longer going to be good here, the way this is played out. Well, you wouldn't think so anyway. Maybe because we blocked the straight and we have ace high, we would call. But having a 9 is bad because it's a card we would want our opponent to have as a bluff for a busted straight draw. Like a raise here to about 10 million, 11 million. Seems spicy. We'll get a 4 to fold, an 8 to fold. Maybe something like a 6. I don't believe that Shoe is going to have a 10 there the way that played out. Could totally be wrong. Happy to hear any opinions about that one in the chat. Chris with the min raise. Claudio with the defend, H3, suited for Chris. Claudio with 7-5 of spades. Piece of pie for both players here on the 8, 6, 9 king. Claudio flopping a straight. Just checking back. Won't be going anywhere for 2.1 million bet on the turn. What a great card for Claudio. Straight. Any 10 now beats him. Do we make a small blockerish type sizing here? We'll just check. That seems fine. We do see Sebastian with ace king against Claudio's ace jack. 7 is the flop. Blind v blind action. Turn goes check, check. There's the queen of diamonds. He will take that one down. Alex asks, is the mic still bugging? Not for the most part. Just need to get through this stream. We'll be installing a new program for the next time I'm on. I know it was bugging on Alex quite a lot towards the end of last night. I mentioned it to a technician this morning. We're doing all we can out there. Rory says, Dan sounds as beautiful as always. With this compliment, you are really spoiling me. Sebastian with the aces. Takes it down, shows the goods. Could be Dan Fox calling me a nightingale. Yeah, we haven't seen him in a while, actually. And our min raising. King Queen offsuit. Jacks for Claudio is just going to call. I actually sometimes would have expected Claudio to 3-bet the jacks. Gave up on my burner account yet. And I am getting information that this is going to be the last hand before the break. And there with the best of it. Checks over to Claudio. Claudio wants to bet now for value / protection. Wants to bet somewhere around 1.8 million. Does go for 1.8 million. Let's go bet in the call. River is the 8 of diamonds. And there. Might go for another street of value here. Unlikely his opponent has a 9. We blocked the flush with that king of diamonds. So saying he's going to go for like somewhere around 2 million. Looks like he wants to go for even smaller. And I'm getting 10 to 1 here. I'm going to call with the jacks. Take my one big blind and change. You filthy animal. And we are going on a break for the guts of 15 minutes. What a fun frame that was. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
this, no?
Oh, really?
even
Yeah.
though there are those
Yeah.
lulls,
I heard
the
something like this.
authenticity
I
with
don't know.
which we're able to track the progress in a poker tournament and come to appreciate
But yeah, it's appealing, obviously.
how many people punch their ticket deep without ever having
As
picked
much
up
I'm
hands
talking
such
with
as
other
this,
players, as much
pocket
I want to go
kings,
to WSOP
huge,
probably.
big
Right.
coolers, and just fight and get gritty
Yeah.
and then create their own fate. It's a window into all of the roads traveled.
Yeah, that's very true, and I actually think this hand is going to take priority. But the quick thing I'll say is I think live poker has the edited streams to thank. We were protected for decades because people just thought the game was good hand versus good hand,
Oh, right.
you know, and patience was key.
Well, to be fair, the game itself and the insights and the understandings, as we see Aishan just declining to
What
get
about you,
involved with Ace Jack
You will
there
not go at all?
versus the Studa
I
Open.
was thinking about
That's a
Barros
very
at
interesting,
action, and I don't want to,
very
so,
disciplined
I
fold.
will-
Well, I don't know that we're going to be able to exercise that sort of discipline with
Another
Ace
phone with
Queen
me.
in the big if we're
Like, it's also
by
started
Leones.
December, almost the same day.
This is almost
I tried
always
check,
going to be a
it's
pure call
impossible to
versus
play
under the
both
gun.
hands. Like if you want to play
Especially
both
he
with
hasn't been
teammate,
here
but
to
also
see
25K, it's
some of the
impossible.
showdowns
But maybe
from
one of the plan
Stetsura,
was to go to 25K.
which
Yeah,
may
sure.
have inclined him to 3-bet a little bit more often.
I
Not gonna be
wasn't
on
thinking
time.
he was going to sail off, but we knew he wasn't going to fold, and he also isn't going to do
Even if
poorly
you
on
don't
an
play
Ace
big
8-8
two, it's
board.
still
Checking
not
over to
playable.
Stetsura, a snap flick of
I love
5K.
that bet.
Did he just
Don't care about the size or anything. Just the mannerisms of that bet is the best.
Friends. Mas-
But that's why I found the Ace Jack to be a bit of an interesting fold. Of course, under the gun versus under the gun 1, it's pretty standard laydown, but
I'll try Sao Paulo as well.
he had seen some of these showdowns, the Ace 10, the 9-6.
Okay.
Perhaps you might want to consider
Ah,
getting in the mix there.
There's
Yeah.
a
fair?
BSOP?
BSOP, yeah.
No hesitation
I was surprised there is a 50K there.
out of
I wonder
the
who
Ace
Yeah,
Queen
this is gonna be
to
some
get
big
into the
event.
mix, playing it as a check raise. Is
I don't
this hazardous?
Still gonna be not so
No, this is very nice. Obviously, his best ace on paired boards such as this.
So it's
Again,
confirmed you're
big
gonna go
blind is kind of incentivized to play a little
I
bit
will
more
play
aggressively.
staked.
Now, of course, he does have to run
Yeah, makes sense.
the risk of being against Ace
Yeah, I
King,
wonder
but
who will go there, you know. We'll
that's
see.
just the nature of the game. You know, you're going to be up against that hand some of the time.
Not an easy field.
I hope they're not gonna call it.
Probably it's gonna be a lot of Brazilian good racks. Or maybe all of them, which is not great. One of the best schools now in poker.
No fun spot for Stetsura, but he should expect plenty of bluffs to come out of the big blind here. Hands that kind of wrap around the 8 with backdoors.
But when I was looking at the
are
program, I
often
didn't notice there was
utilized.
tournaments in Miami. That's why
Pretty
I
clear
booked
continue
there
for at least
because
one
during
more with Kings.
November, there is nothing to play the second half in Vegas.
I know, yeah. So I decided also just to go to Miami and then later
If
go
I
to
knew,
Las
I would
Vegas.
have gone to Miami. Yeah.
Either Las Vegas, either Bahamas.
Extra
Probably
7K
WPT.
contemplated. This board texture, you know, I mean, trip 8s and Ace X, what we're deeply concerned about.
It
versus
seems
the
like
check
he's
raise.
cutting out raising chips.
Now, this is on the order of that strange stuff that I think
Yeah.
you had mentioned earlier. The sorts of lines that we really don't expect.
We might be a bit off the reservation here. I think, you know, he's basically saying I'm under the gun. I could have aces. How dare you?
And by the way, you know, there's a lot of physical posturing going on here. Stetsura leaning back in his chair, staring down the opposition,
Right.
rocking back and forth a little bit. I don't have a baseline, don't want to make a meal of these things, but worthy of pointing them out because it's exactly what's being observed by
Yeah.
Leones with the late arrival here. He's not going to go anywhere.
I think that's a pretty astute observation too, because I would say that Stetsura looked like he was between call and fold, and then found the click, and that's it's kind of a weird misalignment between body language and what actually took place.
Well, it goes check, check rather quickly on the turn, and the second ace arrives on the river. All of a sudden, even though the action isn't on him, you see Stetsuda lean back forward, put his arms on the rail, and start playing with chips.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he, in his mind, thinks that ace is a very good card for him.
Well, we don't anticipate that an 8 would come out swinging on the river, right?
Unlikely. If it does, it would be for this small size, though. So I do like the sizing choice here.
10 into 61.5.
With ace queen, you're pretty unhappy with this.
I'm not even going to speculate, and that's my specialty, by the way, on whatever that was. Look at this.
Yeah, with ace queen, you're generally pretty unhappy with this river because you suspect now you're probably chopping a lot.
No chop at all. And Stetsuda pays off. That was a confrontation that I don't think played out anywhere remotely close to the manner in which most would have expected when they caught the imagery.
Yeah. You know, it's you're sitting on aces and you just made it 37x. And you go, oh my God, I misclicked. But, you know, you got the 6-5 suited, you kind of just play it off.
Yeah, right,
Like, oh, well, another day at the office, boys.
There's nothing worse than that guilt that you got to wear when the guy gets after. And maybe, you know, they deserve it if they're trying to exploit.
Well,
but you show up with the aces and it's like, oh, my bad. Would you look at that?
It's a part of the opening range, you know. Sorry I happen to have it this time.
Well, pocket 7's also a part of the opening range. From the cutoff for Neugebauer. He's made it 9 to go. Oh, he just flats king queen off from the button.
Pretty common on the button. You want to be using these Broadway type hands. They're not quite good enough to 3-bet get in, but they're way too strong to ever consider folding. So you kind of try to avoid folding them at all costs 36. By coming through with a call.
Now
he's now getting out of line.
Kamoshi,
that's clear,
is proving abusive.
Augie could have jammed, I suppose, versus a cutoff open 25. Putting it in, I think, might be quite reasonable, and maybe he leans on king queen suited for that sort of play. I would have a hard time not back jamming this, knowing full and well that I was getting called by Kamoshi, but also just believing that he's out of line.
Well,
there it is. He shares my thoughts.
Induced, I suppose. Maybe we reserve the right to change our mind about how we want to approach things. I don't know that his intention was to induce.
No, this is just a byproduct of a series of events that, you know, you live and die by. This kid seems like he's out of line. We're going to back jam and hope that we have some of this range dominated, which I don't think is all that unreasonable. Quite possible that Kamoshi has worse king high and queen high type holdings in his squeeze range here, especially if he's as liberal as we see. Though the ace 9 off, probably not that bad versus cutoff button.
He's already got 36 in here, and he's just trying.
It's
kind of questioning what this is unconventional behavior from Ahai, right?
Yeah, and we did see the queen 8 off, but nobody else knew.
No, right. But from Kamoshi's standpoint, he's kind of like, what?
It feels weird.
Jam?
Yeah, it feels weird because you expect the pocket pairs like below the 9 to just be jamming pre.
Correct.
Right?
And the bigger aces also to be maybe taking up a more aggressive posture. And so look how well he's performing here with something as paltry as ace 9 for a 233K pot. And check
how well he was performing.
Correct. The update now is a very poor performing king high flop. He can get behind it. Tasting the 233. And it doesn't spoil on the turn. Just needs to dodge an ace, which he does. 4's full on the end. Roll your sleeves up and enjoy a deep stack. He's sort of ready for it.
Do you think he's ever boxed a bear? Strikes me as the type. might go
If
toe
we
to toe.
If we presented the opportunity for, you know, a Grizzly slugfest, I think he's ready to upset some people over at PETA. Do you remember that video of the Aussie whose dog was locked up with the kangaroo? And he just jumps off the Jeep and punches it in the snout? What a legend that guy was.
A beautiful 1-2 combo.
I love animals, but that Roo really deserved a bop on the schnoz.
Right, yeah. And he's not going to be any worse for wear. You know?
No.
The dog got home safe.
He really didn't know what to do with it, by the way. Unlike Poodle, who with 2 sevens, well aware of what is required. 16K sails in. Spasado says 2 overs. Let's go.
I'm rooting for Poodle. Not
Prepaid? Oh my god.
Not even for good reasons. Because just busting here alleviates the pain. No, Ali.
Oh, you're brutal.
I'm rooting for the 9 big blind stack.
Wow.
Let's keep him in the mix. See what he can do. There you go. Let's go.
Oh, hang on. Threats, even though Poodle has flopped himself a cozy set to remove 1 pair issues, now he must fade a 9.
Clean.
Okay, clean.
Professional.
Yeah.
Board pairs.
Professional win player.
Rivers irrelevant. Oh, my goodness.
Well, it's sort of relevant.
That deuce was necessary as
Very
the
much
gutter
so.
did come in.
And you know what? I stand corrected. Poodle now has 12 big blinds, so we're going to get to see a real display of short stack ninja.
But full house.
Yeah, straight wins.
All right, gang, welcome back after the break. Seems like I prematurely left. Went to go eat the rest of my food. Six players remaining. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the €299 European Poker Festival No Limit Hold'em main event live from the King's Resort in Rozhadov with 163,000 for the winner, including the 10K ticket that has been secured by all the six remaining combatants from a starting entry field size of 4,965, 1.2 million plus in the prize pool. $500,000 is the small blind. 1 million is the big blind with a 1 million running big blind ante. That's $500,000, 1 million, 1 million. Good luck all in. Vamos, me filo. Let's go. Really nice payday secured for all six remaining players. So much money up top, €152,000. Both players with top pair here. Button against the big blind. 4.5 million is the bet from Claudio. Stratos seems to be laughing. Claudio will take that one down with the better ace. Those yellow chips are now in play. 1 million yellow chips. 1 million rupees. Average stack is 42 big blinds almost. And our pocket kings. Andar throwing shapes and chips there with his pocket kings like he didn't know what he was doing. It's not his first rodeo. He's around about 2 decades plus at this stage. Miri Albania agrees with me. Nice to have you with us. Christopher ripping 7.9 bigs. Robert is going to fold Jack 8 suited. Claudio raised the 2.1 million with the Queen 10 offsuit on the button. Shoot. Going to complete in the big with 10-9 of spades. Me, oh my. This could spell disaster for Shoot. Especially against Claudio, who has a propensity to be very aggressive. We are six-handed as well. Depending on the run out, going to be tough to not see all the money go in here. $1.2 million is the bet from Claudio. Shoe raised to 3.3. $8.3 million is the 3-bet from Claudio on this flop. And alarm bells are ringing if I'm being honest here. If I'm in shoes. You don't fight with a fly, you shoo it away. When is Claudio going to shoot Mikel to the rail? Oh boy. It does go all in. 57 million in this pot. Claudio is about to become the chip leader once more unless Shu gets lucky on the river, but it doesn't arrive. Gives Claudio a full house. I don't know what Claudio is going to 3-bet fold that flop with. Could have a hand like 8-9 suited, Jack-9 of clubs, something along those lines. We do block it out with the 9 in our hand. However, Shu felt compelled to stack off. We are six-handed. Can't really blame him. He's a far greater player than me. And Mikel Shu, sad to see him go in 6th place. Always like calling his action. And now 5 players remaining. Mikel Shu taking home €26,200 for his efforts. So we see the two Polish guys with nearly 100 big blinds each. The majority of all the chips in play. The other three going to battle it out. No one wants to bust before the other. Huge pay jumps on the line. Chris now just with 12 bigs. Very easy to know how many big blinds they have right now. Apart from it being in brackets, we are playing a 1 million big blind. Robert Coven for 11 bigs over Claudio. Going to be blind action. Claudio calling. Eight, 10, 6, 8 is the board. And Robert needs help on this river. We are going to be down to 4. It is an 8. Robert has been eliminated. Claudio now playing over 100 million chips. Good for over 100 big blinds. 5th place taking home €33,000 for his efforts. And 4 players remaining in the European Poker Festival. No Limit Hold'em main event. €299 buy-in. Going to be tough to beat a guy with over 100 bigs. And €152,500 up top. Sebastian completing in the small. Christopher checking his option. The clear short stack now with 10 big blinds. Chris taking that one down on the 3-10-9-4 board. Chris raises to 2 million. Claudio going to stuff him in. Chris, after getting up to about 18 bigs, will be forced to call all in for his tournament life. Ace-7 off suit, not going to cut the mustard. And calls the 1 million from the big blind. Threes for Sebastian. He will take that one down. Sebastian now with queens. Claudio going to defend with 3-2 suited and flops a flush. Look at this. King, queen, jack, all hearts. Turn card. Board 11.2 million in the pot now. 2.7 million. Is the bet from Claudio. Do we call a raise when we're this deep and he makes it that small? I think I prefer to raise. Having said that, we have the board pretty much crushed. So he does decide to just call. River is the ace of hearts, and that's going to spoil the party for Claudio. 4 hearts on board now, and it's a paired board. Can't really beat much with just a 3 high flush. And as for Sebastian, it's a bit of an action killer. There's a party in his pants and no one's invited. $14 million in the pot. I guess we could try get a crying call from a heart if we bet somewhere around 4 million. Just bet 8.5 and Claudio folds. I'm going to say you could check rip and rep the 10 of hearts for the Roiler. The Royal Canal. 1.5 million is the bet from Claudio. Sebastian lets his hand go. These two basically dead even in chips now. Nearly 100 big blinds apiece. No one wants to bust before Campesano. And not his first rodeo. Up nearly 2 million on his hand and mob. And Armin raises with the King Jack. Claudio calls with the pocket fours. Claudio opening into Andar. He's safe for Claudio. Sixes for Andar. And are taking that one down with the ace-4. Sebastian wants to 3-bet this one, especially against Andar. 4-handed, and we are suited, but he just decides to call. Flop is 9, 6, 3, all hearts. And our bet's 1 million and takes it down. Christie's asked, did they make a deal? Not to my knowledge, and we don't want any spoilers in the chat. They will be going on a break in around 30 minutes or so. That much I do know. Would be tough for them to make a deal at the moment, by the way. 2 players with 100 bigs, a 40 big blind stack, and a sub 20 big blind stack. Andar and Chris Camposano, very accomplished. You have Claudio, who is very inexperienced, or his hen and mob would indicate so anyway. Then you have Sebastian, who has the guts of $500,000 in tournament live earnings. Tough to make a deal with that kind of a lineup. Now, having said that, they've been playing for many days on end. Perhaps negotiations will take place at the next break, which is about 30 minutes away from now. Claudio betting 3 million. And they're snapping them off. And they're, by the way, nearly paying 50 million now, which is a lot. Pucklup says 6 hours into day 4, I'd be ready to settle for nearly anything. Settle, petal. Yeah, but their egos as well, Apocalypse. Not just about money, it's about the title. The two Polish guys with the guts of 100 big blinds apiece aren't just going to deal willy-nilly. Not with that much chips, surely be to God. Walkup says, yes, I guess. Forgot some people have egos. Ego is part of the human condition, my friend. We all got egos. Oh, great. Look who's back. It's Tuna Fish. What's up, Tuna Fish? Chris flopping a straight. What's that out of Keenan and Kel? Surely you all remember Keenan and Kel. Who put the screw in the tuna? Apocalypse says he grew up on it. Finally, a TV show that Apocalypse knows. Down, down, down. Down, 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 down. What a theme tune. It's the black version of Drake and Josh. Yeah. Oh, here it goes. Claudio betting 3.5 million here with the 9-4 of hearts. Very nostalgic, actually, even talking about Keenan and Kel. Or should I say Kel and Keenan. $2 million is the raise from Chris. Claudio is going to 3-bet to 7. The intention of stacking off, one would presume, and I think this is a good enough hand to 4-bet rip. Obviously, we can call in position for 5 million more. I could do either or. I just don't think I'd be folding. That looks like a shove, even though the screen says it's a call. So we do see an all in the call. 9-7 deuce is the flop. Chris needing help. 44.2 million in this pot. Turn is a lady. Big, big turn card for Christopher Campesano. Hearing them talk about one times. No times for Claudio. It's the 8 of diamonds on the river. Big, chunky double up for the Italiano. Didier says he's playing some scoop 5 card draw on the side. Do I play any mixed? A mix on my DJ decks, that's about it. No limit hold'em only for me. We are going on a break. After the next hand, will give me a good opportunity to open the window for 15 minutes. Speaking of mixing on the DJ decks, I'm in some form of a boiler room right now. Baking in a sauna of sorts. This changes the dynamics considerably. You've got one guy with 90, one guy with 60, and then Andar and Chris almost tied identically in chips. Chris going to bet 2.7 million here. Presume Andar just going to give up with his jack high. Chris takes that one down. And this is the last hand before the break. And are going for a 3-bet to 8 million. The full 4x. Chris could certainly consider calling here. They are deep enough and he is in position. But with the unsuited variety, just decides to let it go. That will bring us to another break. 93 bigs for Sebastian, 66 for Claudio, 47 for Andar, and Christopher Campesano rallying back is now playing a very comfortable and healthy 42 big blinds. See you all within 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Spots for Deeb, who currently runs in third, as you got a glimpse at the chip counts.
And everyone here had the 10,000 euro to get in this tournament. And I'm not trying to say Sean's more comfortable than everyone else, but, you know, he's played for millions of dollars numerous times in his life.
Well, Mr. Madani has played pocket kings enough to know exactly how to approach them pre-flop. Upstairs he takes us, 26,000.
Okay.
Sevens now for Deeb in the small.
That was a nice sigh.
Inflation not on his mind. 1-7 into the bin, by the way. Not good news for Sean, who's going to be all alone and out of position against these Cowboys. 10-9-3, couple of overs. Unclear whether or not he thinks 10x, 9x is part of the equation for a Madani Open up front. Into 76 comes just a modest 18K, Justin. Not really a sizing that we anticipate is going to relieve Deeb of all of his range.
Yeah, I think Deeb is going to be calling just about everything, but this makes it nice price. Having the 10 and the 9 out there always presents more straight draws for the upper ends. The king jacks, queen jacks, king jacks, king queens. This is a spot where I fully expect Deeb to peel another one off, even if he does size it up here, which I'm sure he's going to do after down betting.
112 in the pot, and yet we continue to milk.
This is very milky.
What are the arguments against the downsized turn bet after that very downsized flop bet?
To me, it shows that he has some showdown value. If he has king high or queen high or even some ace highs right now, I expect him to bet big, put pressure on a lot of these hands. His bet sizing says to me he has a hand that he's okay getting to showdown no matter what.
Okay, now interestingly enough, even though we see Sean check, this is one of those cards that when you down bet flop and turn and the big or small blind rather defender gets to this point, that backdoor flush, middle pair card pairing could put us in a bit of a blender if all of a sudden Deeb were to have risen up for a healthy size. And look at Madani, unafraid whatsoever of that development. Barrels once more.
1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Well,
60K.
The milk might work here. To your point, I thought Sean might consider it. Maybe a check raise, just merge it a little bit. Probably would like to have the 7 of diamonds in his hand instead, but Again, this just shows that he has just a ton of value, but I think Sean sleeps very well at night and
Yeah.
doesn't have to worry about what the other person had very often.
You know, he didn't look uncomfortable, but he did look a little bit confused by the line. And so 60K worth of curiosity satiated as those sevens find showdown. And unfortunately, they find the muck as well once shown kings.
Then, like, taking these outlier approaches, I do think can be successful. But I think you just need a little more thought, maybe a little more cadence on the river from Dick, just to let him soak in that the 7 paired and, like, okay, if I had a 7 or if I had ace queen, what would I do? What would I bet here?
Yeah.
Instead of just kind of like count to 3 in your head and fire out a bet.
I mean, there was something just innate within me as I observed the manner in which he went for the stack and then fired that river that lacked consideration. It just, as I said, like some sort of manufactured, prefabricated choice, and that was maybe part of the calculus for the jacks, which now have been passed over to Aishan in the big blinds, 605 back. Dick, fresh off of obviously getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar, made it 50,000 legitimately with ace queen offsuit, and he's being pushed upon.
This is going to be a tester here. I think he's looking for a reason to put it in, and I think he's going to follow through here.
Wow. 630.
I think he's
So Dick is going to rip in over the top.
And the plan call with the 2 jacks. Classic race here. Definitely makes and breaks a lot of tournament lives. This flip exactly.
Not happy to play this one.
Aishan was already
Die Checks nochmal verlieren. Stimmt.
No.
2 cards away from elimination earlier. He might be looking at this like a free roll.
Yes, baby. No.
Oh, no.
No, baby.
No, baby.
King available.
Your king. No, ace.
Now,
What's that?
ace
Your queen by
available
your
as well.
ace.
I think you would take a king as well.
Queen ace.
Anything.
Come on. Yes!
Oh my God.
Yes! Come on, baby! Woo! Woo-hoo! Yes, baby! I love you! I love you! Wow. Come on, baby!
Really didn't try to hide things there, did it? No cliffhangers, no waiting, just
Straight away.
nut straight versus set, quads on the turn. Good night, Mr. Di Persio in 16th for the first of the 59,400 euro payouts. Meanwhile, back at the featured table, collisions continue potentially. Berggren, Queen 10 off. Getting piled on by Marcinkowski.
And my goodness, this is unpleasant with King Queen suited.
All that blocker value, the raw power of this hand, how reduced are those elements by this action in front of us?
Unfortunately, they are significantly reduced. Not just the opener behind us, but the fact that the button can pretty easily have an ace. As we see, they have a pair, putting them slightly out in front of us. Of course, the real concern being dominated by a hand like ace king or ace queen. And I think that's a disciplined fold. And speaking of ace king,
well,
here we are.
King queen suffers from things that ace king does not.
Indeed.
The only manner in which Boyovic's kit can be dominated is by exactly pocket aces and pocket kings, and we block this stuff. So he's going to jam in over the top. The decision quite simple for Berggren to depart, and Marcinkowski's going to be off to the races. We saw something very similar with pocket tens against ace king moments ago. The pair turning into quads.
And it looks like with the dead cards accounted for, nines are only a very tiny favorite.
2%. And when we're here playing poker, we tend not to want to make it a game of roulette. And the wheel lands in favor of Boyevich. Ace high board. Neither player reacting. They've seen too many hands to be premature in their celebrations. Now all of a sudden, the pot lists oh so heavily toward Boyevich's ace-king. Just needs to fade 2 outs, and he's done so. Another one. Bites the dust. Here in the main on this occasion, Marcinkowski, 15th.
Draw to the ATM says how many players left. We're getting close to a redraw already. We will have a redraw when there's 16 players remaining. And we have a wide range of nationalities being represented at this feature table. Italy, Germany, Hungary, and the Ukraine. The Germans will be out in force for this series for sure. They're always there or thereabouts.
For sure.
Never too far away from seeing a Romanian flag either.
There's an Irish player on the final table of the stream that I covered for you as well, Dan. I think that was one of the first times that might have happened. I think he ended up in 4th or 5th place or something like that.
It's a rare flag to see a Kings, Alan.
Throw. But
unless we were over there, of course.
Yeah. I was just going to say, and yet you have 2 Irish commentators somehow.
Oh, we love it. And Sirionis is going to shove over the top. He's going to get bad news here. Ladies out again.
Yeah.
2 red ladies for trunk in the hijack. All in and call. 7.3 million in this pot as well. Wow. Things are kicking off early here.
For sure.
A few all-ins and we haven't even played one orbit. Nines in big trouble. Jack 8-3, no help. Needs a 9 or runner. Turn is the 4 of hearts. It's looking grim for the pocket 9s as we hit the river. River is the 3 of hearts, and trunk wins sizable pot. Alrighty, folks, we're back after the break. 600k is now the small blind. 1.2 million is now the big blind with a 1.2 million running big blind ante. Looks like they're still playing a 70-minute clock out there. No deal has been reached. $2.5 million is the bet from Sebastian. So with 4 remaining, the average stack is still 60 million plus, still 50 bigs plus. Till a deal is reached, blinds won't be halved. Chris is going to quickly call the 1.6 million there on the river. Sebastian has the best hand, of course, now playing over 100 million once more. Sebastian wants to keep his foot on the gas against the other 3 remaining players, but does not want to double up anyone. No one is short. This could go on for quite some time yet. A lot of big blinds still in play. Audio raises to 2.5 million with the King Jack offsuit, and Andar going to complete with 8-7 offsuit. Flop is King, Queen, Queen. 2.8 million is the bet now on the turn from Claudio. And they're trying to get a read on his opponent, but just has 8 high. Can't imagine he's going to do much here other than muck. Just taking that one down with the pocket fives. And our min raise with a little bit of cheese on top around to Sebastian in the big blind, who will call. Biffy Power asking, where did the Dutchie finish? He finished in 5th for €33,000. Very nice payday for him. All remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €41,500. Jack 6-4 is the flop. And our bets one big blind. And the ticket, of course. Yes, well said. 6 tickets allocated for the World Series of Poker Europe main event, taking place at King's later on this year. 33 and a third for the Irish commentator indeed. Check on the turn. Ace of spades rolling off on the river. And our rivering the best hand wants to bet about 5 million here. Maybe a little less. 4.2. 4.2, anyone? Get paid by a 5, a 4, a 6. Yep. 4 million is the bet. Sebastian just lets it go. Six is raising on the button. Chris calling with 10-7 offsuit, and the big flop is King 5-3. And he will take that one down. Sebastian just wants to keep his foot on the gas. Keep picking up these blinds and antes. And Darren Chris have all the experience with Sebastian as well. Very tough lineup left, really. You've got Claudio, who only has about 20k in tournament live earnings, so the inexperience falls on his shoulders. However, he played pretty well for the most part. Obviously, that fives against the Kings earlier was a bit cray-cray. Lost some big pots. He'll find himself in contention to take down this title. Sebastian opening, Claudio calling. Sebastian shows his hand, taking it down. Yes, I agree. Don't show your hand when there's this much money on the line. We see this time and time again at Kings and indeed everywhere. Sundar takes down the blinds and antes. Audio 3 betting from the button. The ace 9 off suit, the blocker. Action going to be back on Andar with pocket sevens. So the decision here on Andar to call, raise, or fold. 4.5 million more to call. I think we're deep enough that we could call here with the sevens. Getting 3-1 on his money already. Problem is we're going to be out of position. Still think it's just going to be a bit too strong to let it go just yet. I see Didier saying that Andar's favourite hand is 7, and there you go. Always coming 7. 7! Does flop a set. It does go check, check. Claudio picks up a lot of equity here on the turn in the form of enough flush draw. And our checks again. This tricksy little hobbitses. What do you bet? 7.5. And they're deciding between calling and raising. Both have their merits. Might be more inclined to just call. I wouldn't be shocked to see him click it back here to something like 12 million, 14. If he gets past 15 mil, what's he leaving himself with behind? I don't know, maybe clicking actually out of position doesn't make sense. Just still deciding between raising and calling. See, it is something like what he done last night. But this is just too much committing himself. When we make a 26.5 here, with just, is he ever bluffing, leaving himself with 13 behind? I just don't see it. I don't see it in his future. What do you think about this? Did he make it a 26.5 with 13 behind, looking exceptionally strong in my opinion? Deciding that Claudio is not going to check back with a lot of flush draws on the flop and a 3-bet pot, which is fair enough analysis. Pretty sick for Claudio. Going to have to fold with this much equity. 88 has spoken. We won't call him tuna fish for the minute here. He reckons Claudio should insta-fold. So that's what you would do. Well, well, well. Looky, looky. What do we have here? That's a call of 19 million. Ay, ay, ay. 70 million in this pot, and Andar just has 13 back. If I'm Andar, it really feels to me like Claudio has just called that check raise on the turn with a flush. I don't feel so hot with my set now, but when we only have 13 million remaining, let's just set him in. What a strange hand. Wow. And are getting gifted chunks and chunks of chips. We're now paying 69 big blinds. Claudio showing his inexperience there. unwilling to let his hand go on the turn. That's how they're looking now. And they're chasing Sebastian. They're not too far behind him. Sebastian with 84 bigs, Andar with 69, Christopher Campestano with 28, and Claudio with 25. Didier saying, would I fold on the turn? As played, I would probably bet the flop. I'm not calling that raise on the turn, no. Too much. I might be inclined to check back the turn and bluff the river, because I would check behind on the turn late enough bluff in that exact scenario. But not after checking back on the flop. So my go-to thing to do there would be bet flop, check turn, and then jam the river. In a nutshell, everything's in a vacuum. Without your Hoover, put it in a vacuum. Sebastian raising to 2.4. And our 3 betting to 7.7. And there's going to be a lot more aggro now. Not that he has problems being aggro anyway. He's got a lot more ammo to work with. His newly found gold. for Chris. Bumping up the price there, taking that one down with his raggy suited hand. Original Muffin says, I haven't folded a flush draw in my life. That's why I'm commentating now. Us Irish like to gamble, all right. Me mate can't even fold over me laptop at night. Can't even fold me clothes. Can't fold me laundry, no. I just go around in the nip. Starkers. Wednesday, Willie on a Tuesday. I've got a huge stack in the Wednesday, Willie. Claudio with a flush here, albeit 8 high. Didier says he calls my bluff. Well, it is a game of lies. Chris raised to 2.5 million. Sebastian with Jack 6 offsuit in the big. He will take that one down. Sebastian wants to be opening this one from the button with the Queen 4 suited. On there now with 80 million after taking that one down. And the A6 deuce 9-6. He's not too far behind the chip leader now, just 20 million separating first and second. We might see an entanglement here. Chris with jacks, Sebastian with ace queen. We are four-handed. This money's going in, folks. Make no mistake about it. Whoa. This has took a turn in a different direction than I expected. Three bet coming from Chris. And now Claudio wants to 4-bet rip. That's going to get Sebastian out of here. Unless Sebastian wants to try get Chris out of there and re-isolate. But that'll be a 5-bet at that point. This is pretty sick stuff, four-handed. Claudio getting out of line. Sebastian can comfortably fold here. And Chris going to be calling with a decent portion of his range. However, if Sebastian thinks that Chris is 3-betting light a considerable portion of the time, he might just go for this himself. It's not Sebastian or Chris that's the issue in this hand. It's Claudio's 4-bet rip for 24 big blinds, indicating significant strength. So as I predicted, the ace-queen gets out of the way, and Chris going to call with the jacks. What an unbelievable opportunity for Chris to eliminate Claudio in 4th place here. 67% equity. (10-7-3) is the flop. No help to Claudio. Needs a king of kings and needs one fast, or we are going to be three-handed for the EPF main event title. Vamos, they say. Claudio, give a valiant effort. But in the end, it doesn't really matter. He's got a really good score for himself. The inexperience showing against 3 pros. Really up against it with the Sharks in the water. Fantastic result for him. He should be chuffed, and I'm sure we'll see him again at Kings. For now, he's going to say his goodbyes with over 41,500 euro. We are now three-handed for the title. All remaining players guaranteed a minimum of 58,500 euro. And our bet's 2 million. Sebastian with the 8-6 open-ended. He's going to raise to 6.5 million here. And there's going to call. 19.2 million in the pot now. We're playing poker, boys. Turn is a 7. Bit of an action killer. Pair on the board. Sebastian might just shut down now. Does check. And our can check or bet. Unlikely Sebastian has a 7 when he checks the turn like this. Bet somewhere around 8 or 9 million. Goes for 7. 33.2 million in this pot now, by the way. And Andar is going to milk it for everything it's worth, betting 10% pot or less on the river here. Inducing a raise. Very interesting sizings that Andar tends to choose on occasion. Every day is a learning day and classes in session. A lot to be learned from watching and observing this man. I think he is now our chip leader. There or thereabouts. Campusano letting his 8-10 of spades go. Sebastian taking that one down. Chris taking that one away from Andar on the King A7 6-8 board. 79 bigs now playing 69 bigs, now playing 58 bigs. So 20 bigs separating Chris and Andar, and Sebastian in the middle with 69. So really not much separating the three remaining combatants in this event. See, they're all guaranteed €59,100 now, chasing the first prize of €153,500. Sebastian rivering a straight. Chris rivering a pair of kings. Sebastian can't get paid. We'll take that one down. And our top pair on the King 6 deuce. Sebastian checking his ace 5, Chris checking his 9-7 of diamonds. Randar now with 100 million chips, 84 bigs. Going to limp his option. Sebastian checks. Randar playing out of his goddamn mind. Obviously had a lot of things go his way. He was gifted in some big pots. He's played very tricky. Hard to know what he's going to do next. Very good at reading his opponents. So no one bites with Andar's aces. Does flop a set, Christopher Campesano. And they're going to have to call one here with the pocket fours. Seti. Sorry, Andar going to have to call one with his ace 10 against Christopher's set of fours. Ay caramba. Chris wins another one, taking that one away from Sebastian. Van der is going to check on the king 5, queen 10 over to Sebastian with 8, 9 of hearts. We'll bet 2.5 million. So it looks like they are going to pause the action and go away for about 25 minutes or so and try come to some form of an arrangement for a deal. 60 bigs playing 50, playing 40 more or less, give or take. Action has been fast and furious. However, the blinds, 70 minutes, making them still very deep. If you've been enjoying the show so far, don't go anywhere. One of these 3 remaining players is going to be crowned as your EPF main event champion. We're going to keep it right here. Don't go anywhere. See you all in a few moments.
Kamoshi all smiles, of course.
Forse era meglio che flat.
I really like Thomas Hauskas's game. Very methodical.
Yeah, throughout the course of play yesterday, I mean, he didn't put a foot wrong. I mean, really just found the spots, made the most of the hands he was dealt, and didn't draw a lot of attention to himself in the process, just content to do his bidding. King 9 of spades, paying a visit to Ron Ilani, dominating the Queen Jack of spades for Razai.
Let's see if Razai can win with King 9 of spades and against it. Well, this time he's going to have the lesser of the 2 spade holdings. This is an interesting spot for Hochheim.
Raising flat in front of him. Using the cutoff with a baby suited ace.
Yeah, I think I like this fold. It's not so pleasant to be coming in as the 3rd player with the baby ace, despite it being suited. Let's see if Svach wants to play. He does not.
Seven, 8 offsuit can close the action at a discount. Off of 1.2, though, every little chip counts. Is this
Sure
compulsory,
does.
Chewy?
No, I think I like this decision to fold. Sometimes these middling cards can really get us in trouble when we're up against a player who's called a middle position raise and middle position themselves. Oh
so
my.
his exit allows the most improbable of things to take place. 6-3 deuce, all spades, flush over flush.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Ilani immediately sitting up in his seat. And so interesting that he ran that massive bluff just moments earlier on that 3 club board. This time 3 spades out there, and yeah, unless a 4th spade comes or some other unusual circumstances like maybe running 6s or whatnot, this is going to be painful for Mr. Rizai.
Yeah, no question about it. Do you feel as though the pre-flop raisers checking board textures such as this typically are doing so in a very honest manner, unlike what we see here?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I think a lot of players will proceed somewhat cautiously on this type of board. He is just slow playing, though. Okay.
Board does pair on the turn after Rizai, understandably, with the queen high spades barreled 150 and got called.
I'm actually somewhat surprised to see Ilani just calling on the flop. I would imagine a lot of Rizai's hands are going to be pocket pairs or hands with a single spade. More so pocket pairs. And I would think we want to start extracting value from those straight away.
And that pursuit comes in the form of 580, says Rizai.
And I think at this point, now we probably just want to call.
If you're Ilani?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, if Rizai's bluffing, we certainly don't want to fold him out. And the question we always have to ask ourselves when we raise a hand like this is, what kinds of hands might we be able to sell to our opponent that we could be bluffing with? If he had a bare king of spades, maybe. It's possible. He did make that very aggressive play moments earlier. It seems he agrees.
Yeah, there's the flat. Another 1,060,000 into the middle. You see Daniel looking over as if to say, what exactly would compel you to do this? There are going to be some non-spade overpairs, I would imagine, Chewy, that are involved in this behavior?
Yeah, definitely pocket pairs spring to mind as the exact sort of holding that Rizai would look to be getting value from here. And Ilani lucky to dodge a 4th spade or a 3rd 3. This should lead to him getting paid in full. Assuming he does check it over, but in any case. I think the decision for Mr. Rizai is basically just, does he want to bet all of Ilani's chips or most of them? Clearly we see this is a dark road to be traveling down, but from his perspective, a queen high flush seems as if it's the nuts.
So he jams, and obviously the pair on board, occasional concerns, nut flush, occasional concerns, but Ilani does stick it in there, and how delighted will he be to see a queen high flush, and you see Rizai just flicking.
It's a tough one.
That hand into the bin.
I don't know if getting dealt aces and winning the blinds twice is going to cause a soft boil. I think you're revealing something about your own personality, my friend.
Oh, listen, well documented is my psychopathy, Chewy. I mean, you kidding me? The stone maniac out there.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
This is how it happens, right? I'll get 3-bet 19 straight times, okay? And then every one of those times I was light, let's say, or I was at something. Then I find the aces, and I'm ready for the guy who's been the 3-better 90% of the time. And he just mugs.
Well, he just didn't get dealt
Takes a
7-8
phone
suited
call,
that time.
You know what I mean? Oh, okay, great. Not today? No? Not this hand, huh? All right.
Commotion with a pretty disciplined fold, Jack-8 suited there. Understandable. Tomasowskis raising off of around 25 big blinds.
Nothing undisciplined about having done so with ace-9 suited as Alani seeks his bearings. King-5 off. We're not married to it.
We're not, but this is, you know, a reasonable holding. Closing the action against the button. Let's C3.
Meet for coffee.
Yeah.
You know, maybe not lunch or dinner, but
this has meet
it's
for
a
coffee
date.
vibes. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to see how things develop.
Oh, king in the window, followed by another one behind it. How about trip kings? And all of a sudden, this date's going well.
Yes. Any soft boil is quickly dissipating from Alani's seat.
Paired flops, even with the lack of the ace, the heart, Tomasowskis could certainly just sprinkle something out there to guide Elani into the bin.
I don't see why not. Ace high will very often be the best hand here. So now the question for Alani becomes, do we want to slow play or do we want to raise right now? And if I'm sitting in his shoes, I'm definitely raising. At least strongly, strongly considering it. And for Vlados, it becomes annoying.
260.
It's not just the presence of the flush draw. It's also the fact that against that button range, you know, Alani could take plenty of hands, let's say 5, 6, 6, 7 with a club, queen of clubs with other side cards.
I mean, even just front door flush draws could potentially take the aggressive approach. It doesn't have to be a semi.
Absolutely. He beats all the flush draws and then all of those bluffs. Not to mention some diamonds, right? 4 or 5 of diamonds. These are all plausible holdings as well.
So Tomasowskis does make the call, doesn't find an ace or a 9 on the turn, but really doesn't find the kind of card that should be leaving him under the impression that if ace high was good prior, that it is no longer. And we'll see whether or not a price is laid with these trip kings by Elani that could keep the Lithuanian interested.
Yeah. You know, I wouldn't mind a check. And it would sort of do a nice job of mimicking the way that he played his bluff earlier by letting the turn check through and then making a very large river bet. But this is, of course, understandable. We're just looking to continue getting maximum value. And for Tomasowskis, the ace-9 is tricky. Again, beating all the bluffs. Flush draws are really the main types of hands we would hope to be seeing. Really not giving anything away here. Either player, that is. And he understandably sticks around. There are plenty of hands that he does beat. And it really is only the king that he's behind. Of course, we see that Alani has that, and Tomasowskis is drawing dead.
Yeah, we kind of remove 3x from the equation as played.
Yeah.
Clubs do arrive, however, on the end. Unfortunately for Tomasowskis, though, Chewy, it's in the form of a 9. So kings and 9s nut kick.
Somehow. I think he'll just call, but crazier things have happened. Imagine a value raise, and he gets a fold. That would be really tremendous.
The trouble, of course, is that Elani understands how inviting his river sizing is to a raise.
Of course.
So he needs to account for that.
Yes, I don't necessarily think that will happen. I was just reaching for wild outcomes. He bet the 100 so quickly. It's an interesting situation.
Yeah, begrudgingly, Tomasowskis flings the call in there, and Perhaps the road less traveled, but embarked upon to considerable profit by Elani.
Yeah.
Seven three suited. Doesn't rate to oh, wait, hang on. When the glasses speak, you know, we just may be making our decisions based on that. No, stop it. Behave. Now a king on the button. Not lost on Tamasauskas is the value of this kit.
Yeah, I think this is enough. As previously discussed, all that money up top. We do have to play to win a bit.
Not all, but most. Deployed for a second time by Tamasauskas as he tries to keep his head above water. Jack 6, not a candidate. We're going to see some stalling right about now, Chewy. I mean, we are one removed from the immediate paid jump, but obviously...
I think that's what's happening. Although it's interesting. Oh, my.
All of a sudden, never mind the stalling. Elani can speed his chips into the middle.
Yeah.
For Tamasauskas, this is demoralizing. Decisions were always foregone. Conclusions, and the King 8 does have one overcard to the Jacks, but for Vladas, perhaps the bell tolls.
Good luck.
Yeah, it's an uphill battle here.
Thank you. King 8 against Jacks. Just the king. Black king is good.
ג'קים לקינג 8 שלו. קינג 8.
Updates being provided to the rail. 1.7 million in the middle. No king, though. Queen 10-5.
He'll take a jack now, though.
King is still good.
Instead, the board pairs and the light flickers. Can the Lithuanian find a cowboy to stay alive?
Good game.
Nope.
GG.
Good game, sir.
GG's issued.
Always a tough competitor.
Listen, if I'm in the rest of the field, I see this man on his feet stepping out of the arena. I'm feeling a little bit better about my chances.
Absolutely.
Really didn't try to hide things there, did it? No cliffhangers, no waiting, just
straight away.
Nut straight versus set, quads on the turn. Good night, Mr. Di Persio in 16th for the first of the 59,400 euro payouts. Meanwhile, back at the featured table, collisions continue potentially. Berggren, Queen 10 off. Getting piled on by Marcinkowski.
And my goodness, this is unpleasant with King Queen suited.
All that blocker value, the raw power of this hand, how reduced are those elements by this action in front of us?
Unfortunately, they are significantly reduced. Not just the opener behind us, but the fact that the button can pretty easily have an ace. As we see, they have a pair, putting them slightly out in front of us. Of course, the real concern being dominated by a hand like ace-king or ace-queen. And I think that's a disciplined fold. And speaking of ace-king, here we are.
King-queen suffers from things that ace-king does not.
Indeed.
The only manner in which Boyovic's kit can be dominated is by exactly pocket aces and pocket kings, and we block this stuff. So he's going to jam in over the top. The decision, quite simple for Berggren to depart. And Marcinkowski is going to be off to the races. We saw something very similar with pocket tens against ace king moments ago. The pair turning into quads.
And it looks like with the dead cards accounted for, nines are only a very tiny favorite.
2%. And when we're here playing poker, we tend not to want to make it a game of roulette. And the wheel lands in favor of Boyevich. Ace high board. Neither player reacting. They've seen too many hands to be premature in their celebrations. Now all of a sudden, the pot lists oh so heavily toward Boyevich's ace-king. Just needs to fade 2 outs, and he's done so. Another one. Bites the dust. Here in the main on this occasion, Marcinkowski, 15th.
What did you full clubs?
Break after this hand? Yeah. It's ridiculous. 15 hours of play and we get like 9 minutes of break.
Yeah, but they made too many breaks.
Sorry?
They made too many breaks also, like half an hour, half an hour.
We had like more break than play in the last couple of hours.
Ace queen for Gooms in the cutoff. Predictable open. Just the minimum. Tomescu, after picking him up back-to-back, now needs to consider whether or not he wants to try to take the post-flop waters. Jack-9 suited is a good bit of hand.
Yeah, or perhaps a triple threat.
You think it's a candidate?
It's possible. I mean, he's against a cutoff raise.
Wow.
He agrees.
Somehow
1.5 now, right? Yeah.
you sniffed out this jam, and a quick call from Gooms, who covers, and Tomescu.
Good luck, Jody.
You know, part of, for me, the argument against this move would have been the fact that I just worked my way into an all-in in the last 2 hands, and just the opposition's going to be like, really, guy? 3 in a row?
Yeah.
That's a tough parlay.
Well, you can always try to sell. I didn't have it those first 2 times, but I really got it now.
Yeah, that's a tough sell at times, and the 8-8 deuce board is going to make things even tougher for Tomescu to stick around.
I was also somewhat biased by Andrian having made that similar play.
6 of spades on the turn, and all of a sudden Tomescu's got himself flush draw.
Added equity, indeed.
Look at all those outs at the top of your screen, and then look at the 3 of hearts and say goodbye to the Romanian, who, just as we had observed so much patience, looking like it was finally being rewarded, he got a little ahead of himself. No criticism of the play, obviously. Cutoff opens out of Gooms could very well have contained things that would have laid down, but instead, we will fight on, absent Mr. Tomescu.
Alrighty, gang, welcome back after the break. A deal has been reached. Sebastian Kotowicz has secured himself €91,000. Christopher Camposano has secured himself €83,000. Andar has secured himself €91,000, and €29,450 is left to play on for the eventual champion. If anyone wants me to repeat that, just let me know in the chat and I will respectfully decline. We're getting to the business end of things now. Big boy money has been secured by all the 3 remaining players. It is still all to play for. They've battled through such a large field, 4,962 players, or entries. Just 3 remaining, and I know they'd all love to win this title. So there's Chris with the ladies, raised to 6.5 million. Andar with the ace-8, Sebastian with 10-4 suited. Takes it down. ZY says Mateos just out. Not sure what you mean. Average stack is still 82 million. And I don't see any change in the blind levels for this level, but surely to God after this level, blinds are going to be shortened. Unless they want to play some deep stack poker into the early hours of the morning. Average stack still 50 bigs. $3.2 is the bet from Sebastian. Sebastian open-ended now on the turn and a heart draw. And with top pair. Really interesting turn card. Sebastian wants to bet somewhere around the region of 8.5 million. Goes for 7.5. He is smiling. I would have thought we'd just see him call here on the turn. Doesn't seem to like it. Wow. Just folds top pair. Three-handed. Don't know what to make of that. I think we just have to call on the turn and reevaluate on the river, but there's no have to or never in poker. Sebastian with Queen Jack of Diamonds, min raising. And our 3 bets to 8 million. And boy, oh boy, has he got the goods. Just a 2.5x 3 bet. Very, very small. Out of position, but he does have aces. Sebastian going to call, but we'll proceed with caution. $5 million to bet from Andar. Wrong suit for Sebastian to continue. Does have a lot of backdoor equity in the form of the 10, a jack, a queen, a king. But with 2 clubs on the flop, just lets it go. Andar now playing 88 million, 55 bigs. Chris playing 50 bigs as well. Andar takes that one down. I wonder now how tired these players are. Andar looking fatigued for sure. Not their first rodeo. 3 very competent players remaining, all worthy champions at this stage. $4.6 million is the raise here from Sebastian. Andar will call with the ace 10. Sebastian with the ace jack. Ace 9-9 is the flop. 3 million is the bet from Sebastian. And our calls. There's the king of clubs. Sebastian could check or bet. We'll get called by worse ace X. Even though they're just going to be chopping out most of the time. So let's check it back. River is 6 of diamonds. Sebastian want to try to get Andar off a chop. Looks like that's what he's going to try to do. Oh, it's Southside Ronnie. What's up, Southside Ronnie? I presume we see Andar call here. It's not a great thing to call, just to chop the pot though. If he chops with any other ace, I think he should have just called by now. He does like to take his time. And they will chop it up. Bit uneventful, that one. Jose Ronnie says, you're a grinder, mate. Top commentator, always working. I wouldn't say I'm always working. I don't feel like a top commentator today. I'm boiling my ass off. Very hot here in Ireland today. I'm in a box room. C'est la vie. I don't know why he's cranky. He's trying to get a reading on his opponent. He always up to no good doing that. Taking a pretty long tank. Wait, the master leader of the game. He's up nearly 2 million on his enemy mob. We'll give the man his dues. 56 bigs for Andar. Sebastian 49. 49. Look how even they are between the three. Deal is being made, Ronnie. So they're all getting the guts of €100,000 each and playing on for 30. So Ronnie says, good for me. Personally, I never make deals because people play different. Well, you see, you're dealing with players who know each other's game very well. They're very competent players. There's no soft spots. 70-minute clock, and they're 50 big blinds deep as the average. Well, this is officially day 4, but they might have been playing for days on end trying to get through before that as well. Sebastian min raising. So Ronnie asks, is King's Casino all over Europe? No, they just have 3 in the same location. Or close enough to each other. Well, it's Prague and Rozvadov, and then they've the Admiral. It's not really King's. But it is owned by King's. So call it what you want. How often do these tourneys go on there? You can check out all that information on the King's Resort website. You can also find the merchandise store. And if you're new to the channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. I'm so glad you asked that, Southside Ronnie. And our min raising. With the ace king, Campesano defending with the 7-5. Flop is 9-6-4. Just betting 4.5 million here on the turn. That looks like a raise from Andar. Didn't expect to see this with ace king because this smacks our perceived big blind defending range more so than the opening range from the button. We are three-handed, so the ranges go down. We can open a lot wider. However, didn't expect to see him do this. Essentially clicking it as well. Okay, it's 5.5 million more. Hard for Chris to fold for this sizing. He can have 4x here. Can have some strong hands to contain a 9. River is a deuce. And are playing very unconventional in a lot of spots today. That's why he's so hard to figure out. Tricky. And Chris checks, and now Andar deciding on whether he has showdown with his ace king or just wants to continue bluffing here. Seems like he's raising on the turn to get value, and look at that. Gets his value on the turn. And gets to check back and win its showdown. I was slightly criticizing his raise on the turn, but he looks like he's played this one to perfection. Sebastian min raising with the ace queen, and look at this, Chris picking up a big hand here. King queen off suit. Oh, and it comes queen high. This is going to be curtains for Chris. Unless he hits a king of kings. I don't see any way that this money isn't going in. Depending on the run out, of course. 3 million was the bet there. 15.6 million in the middle on the turn. Turn is a brick. 3 diamonds. We do see a bet of 8.4 million. The river is a 4 diamonds, so the backdoor flush draw gets there. Rudder runner diamond. Does pair the board as well. Does Sebastian just go for a large river bet? I'm not sure what a large river bet would have as a bluff. Hands like 5-7. I'm stretching here on this one. Would still make a big bet with a queen. Does he just go for sizing like... I suppose the stack to pot ratio is nearly 1-to-1. It's like 110% pot, maybe 120. Maybe we just go for it all and be greedy. Get hero called by a worse queen. Looks like that's what he's going for. Sometimes I predict these things and I'm correct. Chris has the king of diamonds, which is a very important card here because it blocks a lot of the flush combinations that Sebastian will continue firing on. I don't see any way Chris folds here. Sebastian could have Queen Jack. The issue I have calling here for Chris is he can't beat much anymore. But at the same time, if his opponent has a better queen, then so be it. What do you think of this one? Let me know in the chat. I don't think Sebastian overbets the river here with Queen Jack or Queen 10 or Queen 9, for example. Doesn't do it with Jacks, 10s or 9s. Unless he has some bizarre hand like 7-5 or a random bluff. And a lot of other hands get there on the river in the form of diamonds. Chris decides to call because he has the king of diamonds, and that's understandable. Sebastian is, of course, possible to be firing on 3 streets is a bluff. Very difficult when you're put up against it, against a man of his caliber, Sebastian's caliber. But Christopher Campesano's caliber adds another large score to his resume. We will say goodbye to him in 3rd place. Always fun commenting on his play. I'm sure we will see him at Kings very soon. That means we are going on a very short break, less than 10 minutes to get this heads up battle commenced for your viewing pleasure. We're going to come back and put a ribbon on this thing, although this heads up battle could go on for quite a while yet. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments. The 25 big blinds max stacks, and I thought I was going mad. I was like, this isn't a thing, but I've seen it on multiple occasions on some Twitch streams on GG and PokerStars, and I was like, okay, there must be something to this. So of course we're used to these very small 3-bets when you're in position, and I was saying I'm guilty of making it too big when I'm in position when you don't need to. So it's the out of position I was more on about in that exact situation. But thanks for your comment, Ralphie. Nice to have you with us. Apocalypse saying that Lake Garda is like heaven on earth.
There you go.
Now. The Percio with the ladies. 4:20 to go. Dobos with the King Queen offsuit. Think he just wants to call this facing an under the gun open, even though we are going to be 6-handed on both tables now. So under the gun is the new late position.
This is my bread and butter.
All right, I'll get my coat.
Cash
See you
games,
later,
and cash
lads.
games. 6 max cash games, not not MTTs. You got to stay here.
I ain't going anywhere. To pry this brand new headset from my dead cold fingers, or my head even. King
No, as I said,
6-5.
you sound a lot better. Not that you didn't sound bad before that or anything like that, but just like consistency of the volume, man, is a lot better for sure.
I'm loving it. Just like McDonald's, I'm loving it. King 6-5-3 is the board. Flop going check. Dobos wants to start getting some value. I'll be making it like 600k here. 650, something around that area. 650 is the bet. Sucks to be Di Percio, but not going anywhere just yet.
Yeah, have to defend for one here. See what happens on the river. Obviously, can reevaluate then.
He's got nearly 13 big blinds behind. Stack to pot ratio very close to 1-1, Alan, as we hit the river. It's a Dewey. You just go for the lot here.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, because I can't imagine Diversio has much 4x here. Big blind's going to have a lot more than in terms of like bluffs that he's going to lead on the turn here, or semi bluffs, whatever. So yeah, don't think he can go for the lot, but really like the sizing, by the way. Puts like these under pairs to the King X and some 6x if Diversio has that in a really shitty spot.
Yeah, I actually, on closer inspection, prefer this sort of a sizing than all of it. Anytime I see the pot almost 1-to-1, I'm like, right, we're going all in. But it's just not the right way to think about it sometimes. You gotta look at the overall range, and exactly what you said there, Alan. Those under pairs are gonna have to pay a smaller price, but not gonna go broke. I was going to say you could bet like 1.8 million, 1.6 million, and leaving your opponent with a bit of a spinnable stack. Because sometimes people are, well, okay, my tournament life's at risk here. I can't call, but I would call a smaller size. So that's exactly what you're seeing here. Be very difficult to fold here for 850.
But just to add to that as well, bro, like kind of this is going to be, again, I always say player dependent, because I think it's very important to, have that perception on who you think is capable of doing X, Y, and Z. And it's not obviously impossible for doubles to have bluffs here, but, is he going to pick the sizing with a bluff is the question. And, it's debatable for sure. This is the thing.
Well, he beats hands like 7, 8, 8, 9. There's not too much other natural bluffs. Maybe a hand like ace. I'm trying to think of what ace X hands he could have that's bluffing here. There's not many.
Well, the thing is here, I would assume he's not value betting worse than queens here. This is the thing. So, as silly as it sounds, this kind of is the case in this situation, that queens is, for the most part, a bluff catcher. So it's pretty marginal. It's pretty marginal here. So as I said, if Diversio believes that Dobos is not going to pick this sizing with a bluff, then he's just going to lose the vast majority of the time, and his call here is just probably not going to be that profitable against this in this specific situation. I mean, yeah,
it does pay him off because of the odds.
Yeah, I don't blame him for calling, by the way. It's just a frustrating spot where, pot odds there, and, possibility of him bluffing. Probably fine to call, but I suppose when you do think about it, then he's not value betting worse, and, is he going to do that with the 7-8 for that sizing? Debatably, but it's a tough spot for the queens, man. As I said, I don't fault the call, but again,
Jovial atmosphere for the commencement of this heads-up battle. So much chips still in play. Sebastian with 72 bigs, Andar with 50 to start the hand. Does pick up aces. Couldn't help but smiling. Apocalypse with a very good observation there. All three were guaranteed better than second place money. Well said. Apocalypse. Well said. We're going to finish out this level, and then I presume for heads up, the blinds will be halved in length. So we'll be playing 35-minute blinds, but a hell of a lot different than 70 minutes. Both players going to be so happy to have accumulated so much money from this tournament already. Still playing 30 grand for the winner. So a huge heads-up battle. Year's wages for most people. In a lot of countries it would be anyway. Queens for Sebastian, and with the 10-9. Interesting flop of Jack 8 deuce, all spades. And our betting 3.7 million. Sebastian not going to be going anywhere just yet. A lot of equity with the open ender and a flush draw for Andar. Sebastian still with the over pair. 3 of diamonds rolls off on the river. I don't know what this 3 million accomplishes. Maybe gets some ace highs to fold or something like that. Sebastian raising to 16.4 million. That has Andar's attention. Unless he's thinking of doing a wild move over the top. Trying to get a read there, flicking chips. Oh, just saying the word chips there, being off carbohydrates. I think I could smell them then when I went for a small walk. I need to treat myself to some potatoes. It's a sad state of affairs when an Irishman has to treat himself to a few potatoes. Not till the end of the month. Andar will eventually let it go. Can't beat some tatties. I thought that said I there, Apocalypse, and I would have had to agree with you there also. And Sebastian now with a 2-1 chip lead on Andar. Well, I don't think you can ban me. You can take over for the heads-up battle on the comms if you want, although God knows what happened. Tatties are the Scottish word for potatoes. Behave, chat, and is the word for spell it with an I. I see you. And there looks like to be betting 17 million here on the river. Blocking the straight with the jack and blocking the straight with the 6. Nice move there by Andar. But it's Sebastian with 150 million plus in chips. Nice to see them laughing away. These two are going to be fairly evenly matched. I mean, Andar's going to have a lot more experience with 2 million tournament live earnings. Andar min raising. You're going to see both players be quite aggressive. We are heads up, a very volatile form of No Limit Hold'em, as you all know by now. Good on you, Apocalypse, updating the title. If I'm Sebastian, I'm just going to keep peppering him with the jab. Sooner or later, you're going to hit him with the jab, double jab booster. Very tricky opponent is our Andar. Going to see the flop go check, check here on the 8-5-4. Turn is a deuce of diamonds. And there's evening out the score here. Only about 10 bigs behind Sebastian now. As we play 1 million small blind, 2 million big blind, with a 2 million running big blind ante. That's 1-2-2. Sebastian betting 3.5 million. Good shot, straight draw. And got a call with a pair of fours, queen kicker. The river is an ace. Any tree makes a straight now. Sebastian wants to barrel here about 12 million or 10. Goes for 8. And there's all smiles. Sebastian takes it down, and they're not going to call this one. Sebastian now with 140 million. Sebastian betting 4 million. They're just feeling each other out at the moment. Not that they haven't been doing that all day. And they're not liking his ace high on the 4-7 king 5. Sebastian winning another small pot, but they all matter at this late stage. 155 million now with his Jack Deuce. Just the way heads up poker goes. Momentum shifting in Sebastian's direction, and are under 100 million. Still very healthy with the guts of 50 bigs, of course. And are turning a lot of equity here with an open ender. River's the best hand with a pair of fives. Four spades on board. Sebastian with the best hand, technically on paper. And there will check, will be out kicked. And we're winning with a 4. $5.2 million is the raise from Andar, as the blinds are now 1.2, 2.5, 2.5. That's 1.2 million small blind, 2.5 million big blind, with a 2.5 million running big blind ante. Sebastian taking down that small one. And our river in the nut flush, albeit on a paired board. $20 million out there. Do we ever see Andar try play this one tricky? No, he's just going to bet. 2 minutes Jack X and 10X can call him. Sebastian just with King 9. Does have the King of Hearts blocker, blocks some combinations that would hit a flush. Do a bit of a stretch. He's just going to have to let this one go. Sebastian getting tin value from Andar with just Jack high on the 5, ace, 8, queen, 8 board. Top pair for Sebastian. $3 million is the bet. $3 million is the call. Turn gives Sebastian 2 pair. And are just with 8-7. Looks like he ain't shutting down. Gonna bet again. $33.5 million in this pot now. And on the river, is Andar just going to shut down? Club rolling off. If he bets, he's getting called by Sebastian. Pretty quickly, I'd imagine. He does go for this tiny little thing again. He loves betting like half on the turn and then going for a little dinky sizing on the river. Sebastian's raising to 23 million. And they're looking to see can he come over the top. He just has the complete wrong hand to be doing anything with here. His opponent can have a flush. His opponent can have a straight. His opponent can have sets. Sebastian takes that one down. And now you see the deficit. And are down to 65 million. Sebastian all the way up to 180. If you're enjoying this show over the last few days, we are back in the boot. Well, we're back next weekend. For the Deutsche Poker Tour. I'm not commentating on that one. I'll be back one of the days for the France Poker Festival. You're not going to see too much of me over the next month. Gonna get out there and get myself some sun. Won't be tonight. We do have a packed schedule coming up over the next few months. Deutsche Poker Tour, France Poker Festival, ZTO Art, the festival in Rosvedov. Check all that stuff out on the King's Resort website. The Ola Poker Tour, the People's Poker Tour. And that only brings us up to July. Good shot. Straight draw here for Andar and a 7 high flush draw. King Queen here for Sebastian. Top 2 now for Sebastian on the turn. And Sebastian takes down another one. And they're going to call for the 4 mil on the end. Did he call him with Jack High? He did. That was a spectacular call. A non-believer must have some form of a read, and people doubt how long he takes to make his decisions. But I'll tell you one thing, he makes the right decision most of the time. 27 big he's playing now. It says this heads up could really go on a long time. Hawkins always knows what to say, doesn't he? Only 7 months until Christmas. Well, Christmas could be coming early. For Sebastian, if he keeps this up, already come early. Sebastian going to call with the Jack 4. And our checks his option with the 10-9. It would have been a stiff pot with a 10 on the river, says Apocalypse. Not fussed at all. Walker says, reminds me of the poker scene, only frozen horses, Del Boy telling Boise he knew he was cheating because that wasn't the hand he dealt him. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's brilliant. I love that scene. There's so many funny poker scenes in Only Fools and Horses. I still think Only Fools and Horses would be so much better if it didn't have that laugh track all the time. But yeah, I'd just be giving out about every comedy TV show ever, really. Sebastian with King Queen of Diamonds. 73 bigs. As and are down to 22 bigs now. Andar's going to battle on. It is a lot of money, guys. They might have guaranteed themselves worth of €100,000 each, but they are paying for a massive amount, €30,000. Look at this for a river, giving Sebastian the straight. Sebastian wins another one after Andar tries the hero call. Not much, sorry, I said hero call. I thought you had one pair. You had two pair, of course. Regardless, this man shooting more chips now. The only call with two pairs there, Apocalypse. It is a 7. Zandark would lose. I think it's strange here. Justin just fold. No. Something's not right there. How did he fold? He had the Queen of Hearts for the Queen High Flush as well. No, he has to call the 4 million there the way Andar's been playing. That's decision fatigue. No. The call's there. He might even get some more value from a bluff on the river. Unlikely his opponent has a jack or a 4 there. We've seen the way Andar plays. Obviously, we have the luxury of seeing the cards at home, but he doesn't like betting too much on the flop, likes leading on turns, like betting tiny amounts on rivers. We've seen it time and time again. That was wild. He called so many other small bets with mediocre hands throughout this heads-up battle. I just didn't expect to see that be put into the muck. Yeah. So Andar with 14 bigs here, 20 million in the middle. Sebastian with a lot of equity here too. Pair and a flush draw. River is the jack of clubs. Boo! Well, it's not boo if you're Andar. King, queen, jack, ace, 10. That's a straight. $5 million is the bet. Andar takes that one down. Looks like they're going on a small smoke break. When we come back, Sebastian has 64 bigs and are under the 20 big blind zone. Still a long way to go. 3/4 of the chips in play belonging to Sebastian. We're going to come back. Could be a lot more levels to go yet. We're going to attempt to put a ribbon on this thing. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments. Know exactly what's happening next. So it's always we talk about compound mistakes, but the opposite of compound mistakes, propelling you to learn more at a rapid rate and just can't get enough of it. There's nothing like getting the poker bug. There's enough times where you don't feel like playing, like we talked about earlier. You're on a lull, you need a break, and sometimes the best thing you can do is get away from the goddamn screen. But that's not what happens this time of the year. September, October, just watching all the online stuff, and that gets me hyped, especially the GG series, etc. Gets me hyped then for the WSOP, and here we are. So I'll be sure to be listening in to all the proper pros now for the main event, etc. Sending in the big dogs. So shout out to Ali Najad and Henry Kilbane, Randy Liu, and Dempsey. They do a stellar job. But it's our time now, Alan.
Indeed.
Menga raising to 500k with the Kings. We've got more action here. DiPercio with the two black ladies is all in. He's in trouble. This is a cooler situation.
Indeed. We saw the ladies quite a bit then, haven't we, so far?
Yeah, considering we've only played 33 or commentated on 33 hands. 6.3 million in this pot. DiPercio after doubling up. Sucks. You get your double up. You're back to 10 bigs. You're feeling groovy. And then, oh God, you're going to have 5 million and change now. But Menga with the Kings of Kings. It's going to be tough to beat. 6-7-4 is the flop. Turn is the 9 of diamonds. Just one
Lady can save him, but it's not to be. Jack of diamonds.
Bunch of queens. Not many of the other ones. Seen a lot of all-in situations with them combos of hands as well. So I have doubles here under the gun. Just going to be getting out of the way. So all players guaranteed about 7k right now on top of the ticket that I just mentioned. If you manage to make the final 9, you are guaranteed 9k. And then obviously pay jumps escalate after that. That felt is so ugly. Yeah. Feedback has been indifferent, we'll say, with the Fable felt. Can barely see the cards. Yeah, there might be some adjustments made in future about that old trick. We'll have to stick it out for this stream for today. So yeah, just 105k up top, lads. Not any amount of small pocket change by any means. We have Menga limping in here on the small blind. With a 10-6 suited. We got Daniel here now in the big blind with 9-4 off. One would assume he's probably going to check this back. He does elect to do so. We'll end up flopping trips here. Does go check, check. Menga does pick up a flush draw here. I might start betting on this ace turn. Just surprised to not see that. Menga's going to have some possible limps with ace X in his range. He does have equity here with a gut shot and a flush draw, so surprised to not see him at least take a stab here on this turn card. Daniel, on the other hand, coming out for a bet. It's under half pot, well, more or less half pot, you could argue. And Menga does elect to check call. Very interesting river. Gives Daniel the full house and Menga the flush. Just check. So I assume Menga is, Daniel Shammer. I'm just going to say Shammer because it's easier. Wow, big all in here. I don't expect Menga to call here, but it's hard to see a bluff here in Shammer's shoes. He's asking for a count here. I mean, it's hard to say what's right or wrong here, but I do think we can find a fold here. Like, is Shammer going to try and bluff Menga off an ace here? Arguably. It's a pretty ballsy move, though, if he decided to do that. Just a horrible river for Menga because he does improve to the flush, but you really got to piece together what Shammer is going to try and bluff this river here in this situation, you know. Hard to find bluffs. And the thing is, they're playing the board here. If Menga decided to check call maybe with some king high on the turn. He does call. Not going to be happy with that. Not going to be happy with that. Very difficult to fold there. I get it. But it's also difficult to potentially find a bluff.
Righty, folks, welcome back after the break. Andar with the ace queen. Sebastian with ace queen suited. King, Jack, Jack, King is the board. Blinds are 1.5 million small blind, 3 million big blind with a 3 million running big blind ante. That's 1.5, 3, 3. Andar with King, Jack of diamonds. Makes it 6 million. Sebastian calls with the King 9 off suit. Sebastian with the best of it. Flush on board. Sebastian betting 11 million. And Andar called earlier to get a chop pot. Does he want to do this same thing this time? It's a little bit different with the flush on board. And he will release. Straight for both players. Both players having the arse end of it, as we call it in Ireland. Rusty says you have to stand up, feet really far apart, go in with your knees, pull both arms back and shout really hard. Kami Hami. And while you shout ha, throw over your entire stack so that every chip is flying inside the betting zone. I mean, that's basic poker knowledge, mate. Where would I be without the Action Army on Twitch? Sebastian at this point just wants to keep whittling away at Andar's stack, get him frustrated, rustle his feathers, get him sub 15 bigs, start jamming. All those blinds and antes will add up. As for Sebastian's strategy, it seems like the best way to tackle Andar. And as for Andar, he is just going to wait his patience and try find a good double up situation. This guy has battled back with the short stack many times. What a day of poker it's been, by the way. Give yourselves a round of applause. Yesterday, a 13-hour stream into the night. We're live nearly 10 hours now. 142 of you still tuned in on the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. We've got a few hundred on YouTube. Bringing this one to a close. What an event it's been. 4,965 entries total set here for Andar. This is the exact kind of situation I was just talking about. On there now. With 30 million in the pot, 42 million behind. Those been a nice pause. 3 little duckies. Sebastian betting 4 million here. And Dar has an open ender, but with 2 diamonds on board, it's not great. That looks like a raise. Dems are raising chips and are regaining a lot of traction in the last couple of hands. He's going to 3-bet to 11 million. He's just raising to 3 million. Or to 11. 7 more back to Sebastian after Sebastian bets 4. Sebastian just going to let top pair go. I might get a bit sticky there personally. See what the river brings. See what and our bets, etc. Sebastian with a straight now on the turn, going to bet 5 million. $46 bigs, playing 36 now. Not much separating the two. Momentum shifting in Andar's direction. Not too far away from this one being even. Stevens. $86. Jano asks, what are they playing for at the moment? €29,650, sir. And are taking that one down with the ace jack. Sebastian just with 10-7 on the 5-5 queen 4. Let's it go. And our bets 3 million. Sebastian calls. And are with the best of it with top pair. Flush gets there on the river and it pairs the board. Sebastian lets that one go.
That's the betting 16 million. We'll say goodbye to those chips. Andar now with his ace king on the 3 ace deuce 6 king board, winning a huge pot. That changed things considerably now. Andar in pole position to take down this title. Sebastian looking a bit sheepish after that 16 million river bet.
And they're playing out of his socks, really, regaining the chip lead. 142 million behind now. Sebastian under 100 million for the first time in a long time. 7 king, 9 jack king is the board. And our keeps getting ducks. Little duckies. What do you think, gang? Does he look like the kind of guy who would take a bat with a rubber duck? All vote now. Apparently not, Apocalypse says. Apocalypse says. It looks like they're going to discuss more things for 10 minutes or so. Going on a break. 36 bigs playing 26 bigs when we get back. See you all in a few moments.
They're like, oh yeah, I'm running bad, you know, just variance, variance, variance. And, you know, I always do this exercise in a coaching call, for example, where I'd set up, you know, a call river spot where they call the river in any kind of node or any line. And you just come across like first 15 hands, 10 hands might be absolute punts. You know what I mean? And that's kind of not knowing kind of what the situation is when they should do this or should do that. But they're passing it off as if it's like a normal thing when it's really not the case, you know. And it could be elements of tilt that could have caused that situation, but it's definitely not being present in the moment and letting things like that linger. That can have a huge impact on future decision making.
This guy's dropping knowledge bombs all day.
All day.
That's really good advice. I mean, I'm not a coach, technically.
I need coaching, if anything.
Doing my best out here, bro.
And let's get one thing clear. I've never played a 10K either. I've just played huge main events online. I've gone into 5Ks. I mean, playing a 1K back in the day. I remember playing a $2,000 Irish Poker Championship years ago, and this was like the World Series main event to me. I remember putting money on a horse and €150, and it won at 9-1, and I added the rest of the money together and I played the 2K. I remember clearly doing that. And I had some sickos at my table. Yeah, pure DGen mode.
You have a big all in here, though, Dan.
Of DGens here, it seems like it's a bit wild to do this with fours on the FT bubble. It has ran into it. Pocket tens for the scammer. This pot's huge, 13 million.
It is. It is.
Ace Jack 5 is the flop. All diamonds. Oh, whoa, no.
Always a sweat, man.
Trunk has been running good as well. Turn is the ace of clubs. Oh, it just feels like there's a diamond out there. Not loving life.
Oh, damn.
No, it's a 9 of diamonds.
Oh,
Felt that coming for some reason.
Yeah. As I said, worst case scenario there, he might have some king jack, ace jack that, you know, rivers 4 to a straight there. But even then, it's not like a snap call by any means when he picks that sizing on the river. I mean, I don't think you can fold a jack there, but he has a lot of ace X there. You know, maybe king X, as I said, maybe some queen X, whatever the case may be. So main thing, in my opinion, is just his hand doesn't really have that much showdown value that you're probably just going to be incentivized. I honestly think a good kind of thing to do on the river when you have fourth or fifth pair in that kind of bet check line is just probably bluff most of the time, and it's going to be profitable with them sort of holdings. And that's kind of what 10x was there, fourth pair, more or less.
Yeah, it's also not too likely your opponent's going to have an ace there. The turn might check.
You can still have some like ace 5 and ace 4, to be fair, if he has that some of the time, which will definitely take a passive line on the turn, like which is what happened in this hand. So it's just like, you know, in position there on the turn is not checking back many nuts or any strong hands really, like flushes, for example. So like when they check back that turn, man, as I said, best case scenario or worst case scenario, although we have a hand here, I'll talk about that in a moment.
Oh, holy God. Szymanski is going to be forced to let ace jack go. Fadiv not going to be folding. Ace king of hearts. Those little strawberries, or the large strawberries in this occasion. Gavrila gaining traction. This could be a very important pot. It is going to be a very important pot. 15 million in this one. That's 50 biggins up for grabs. Huge flip for both players involved.
So someone here has a short stack as well, Dan. That's the thing. That's the downside here. Like, it's not like the biggest pay jump of the world here of 2K, but or even 3K. But like, there is this situation of him having one big blind, Menga.
Yeah, that is actually very important to note, but it's not going to stop Fadiv.
No.
Calling with a hand as strong as ace king, but it does suck for Fadiv if he loses this flip because he won't get that pay jump. 7-3 deuce. Gavrila looking very good here. Backdoor hearts, backdoor straight draws working for Fadiv, but needs an ace or a king. Turn is the 8 of diamonds. Looks like he's just got 2 outs as we hit the river.
Oh, Lord.
Oh my God. Always a surprise around the corner of Kings. The ace of diamonds knocks it out of the park. And you see how much that meant to Fadib. And that is music to the rest of the table's ears because such a strong opponent has lost such a sizable pot. But Garvilla hating that one. You got to feel for him. Looked like he was home and dry. Oh, something that's more in up to the players. Like it's in God's hands. They're going to be getting it in a lot.
Yeah, that was a good laugh. I remember to do that last year, and I remember when we were getting the flight home, I had to buy you dinner for like whatever. I don't know. It doesn't matter how much, but I just had to buy you dinner, man. And it just made just a bit more entertaining, both for you and I, and arguably the guys in the chat as well. But you know, definitely a flip like that won't hurt, or a prop bet, as you said.
No, I got the drinks, you got the dinner. It was all G. We made great use of that buffet. Didn't have to buy dinner for the week. Yeah, we'll do something. We'll keep the fans happy in the chat as well. We'll ask them questions. I don't know. Play some games. There's enough action going on that we have to commentate on. Kind of hard to do it all. We're settling in nicely. So no eliminations. The ace-king getting there. And now Menga all in by default. Finds a very nice hand to be all in for, considering he's only got a big blind or so. Few suggestions coming in of what to call the girls on the felt. Strato says he wants to hire a dancer just to dance behind me to distract all the others when I am in a hand. A private dancer.
Spot here, no? Oh, he does run
There's a lot going on here. Turn me head for 2 seconds and look at this now. Oh, holy God. Three-way action. I don't know if Spiranzoni should be getting involved here with the sevens, Alan. It doesn't seem too great. You need to get a page jump here the majority of the time.
He ended up shoving from the small blind. The Swiss player limped after Menga went all in, and then Sperazzoni was in the cutoff to just jams over the limp previously, and then Garvella just decided to call with the ace-queen suited.
Yeah, sevens maybe I'm griping a little bit. It's just the majority of the time he's going to get a pay jump, but there's a lot of dead money out there, and for the sake of the pay jump, if you want to try win this tournament or put yourself in a position to finish top 3, seven's going to be fairly strong, and you're attacking again, the limping range.
Yeah. That's what I was just going to say. Just like, again, you're not always going to wake up, or someone behind's not always going to wake up with a hand, but kind of if that does happen, man, you're obviously not going to be in great shape. I mean, they're flipping, obviously, at the end of the day.
So second flip in a row here for Gavrila, and he's not looking good again because there's an ace already gone. So Gavrila, 3 outs as it says on the screen. 6-9-5, 2 clubs is the flop. Turn is a jack. Someone's hit a mic at the table.
My bad.
That was you. River is the 9 of diamonds. Gavrila losing another chunk of change.
Okay, good luck, guys. We will continue.
And with pocket fives here, going to take this one away. Sebastian raises to 8 million. And our calls with the 10-7. Sebastian with pocket nines. Ace 3-3 is the flop. Sebastian shoving over the top.
So the ace jack taking down the previous hand. Sebastian taking down this one. Also on the 8, 4, 10, 9, 6. Sebastian checking over to Andar. Andar going to bet 8 mil. So 2 pair for Andar. Sebastian mightn't give Andar credit for having an ace here. Depending on how much Andar bets, Sebastian might call him off. Andar in pole position now. Oh, Perno Draw is home from his office day, pouring a cold one. It obviously didn't go too well. You did say if it went horrific that it wouldn't be a cold one you'd be pouring. It would be a bottle of liquor. 11 million is the bet from Sebastian. And Andar with the 2 pair. Definitely going to be calling this one. Don't see any merit to raising. Does call Sebastian getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar, although he did have the right card to attempt to do a bluff with. And our bets, 4 million takes it down. I know that a lot of you in the chat, the regs, the new people, and the moderators have found this event to be quite a slog. But that's just the way it goes sometimes. Sometimes it flies, and with a 70-minute clock, sometimes it doesn't. In order to provide some of the best games in Europe, we have to have structures like this. Structures at Kings surpass most other places you will find. But it has been an event that has provided endless amounts of action at times. So many characters. Chiquita Banana, the guy with the lion on his hat. Loads of other colourful guys wearing wigs. We had a lot of aggressive players. We've seen some crazy hands. We've had all the hands from Andre last night. Great to see. Guys, Sebastian, who I was talking about before the break, had Andar in the position that Andar now has Sebastian. Get him down around that 15 to 13 big blind zone. And that's exactly what Andar has done. Pot after pot, read after read, flops a set, and now Sebastian is basically dead. And Andar is going to win the European Poker Festival. €299 buy-in main event at the King's Resort in Rozvadov. It is all over. We've done it. We've crowned yet another champion, a very worthy champion at that. Congratulations to him. Nice, tidy sum of cash for the veteran. Phenomenal result for second place for Sebastian. Hope you've enjoyed the show. I'm going to let these guys enjoy their moment, the trophy, and all the glory that goes with it. The Deutsche Poker Tour is next weekend. The weekend after that, I'm in the booth for the Sunday for the France Poker Festival, but not on the Monday. We're on all the usual social media platforms. You know the drill by now. Find out all the irrelevant information on the King's Resort website. Thanks to the moderators, especially Apocalypse, who's been there non-stop the last 2 days. Thanks to all the regulars who tuned in that make the Action Army so great. Thanks to the King's production team. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan. Good night.